new, never-before-seen manga is available now for free on my new website, mangaletter.com. This includes unreleased Ultra Vegito episodes, VE episodes, GR episodes, and an unbelievable amount more. Simply click the link in the description or pinned comment, enter your name and email using an active email, and boom, more manga will be in your inbox. Make sure to check your spam, junk, or other folder if you don't see it, and remember, this will never be released outside of Manga Letter. So sign up now, no excuses, it's free. There's over 132,000 members and counting. Enjoy. So our story continues with Vegito standing in his new demonic form, looking into the sky with a pleasant smirk, reflecting on the events that just happened last chapter, with the Saiyan letting out, "What a fine day! And this energy, what a treat that was! So powerful, so pure! But even that demon's energy from the sword had quite the impact also. This battle has taken me to all new heights I didn't think were possible, Madara. Surely now I must be able to put a dent in that priest and his toddler owner by now." Before then looking back down and walking straight towards the deceased Madara, face first in the dirt, a shadow of the legendary status as the second of the 5 strongest, as beside him, stabbed into the ground, is the sword that was given to him by Vegito himself. Vegito would then eventually reach the second and grab onto the sword formerly owned by him, pulling it out of the ground before then with a big sigh, blowing a puff of air into the sky as if preparing himself for something, letting out, "Well, here goes nothing." And immediately, just like that, Ultra Vegito would then slam back the edge of the sword into his skull, reattaching his demon horn in the process, and notably without a drop of blood. But on the inside, comedically, an inner Vegito screeches like a bat in pain from the obviously brutal action, as with a less than impressed face, the God Killer would mutter, "God, that hurt! Arch, remind me never to do that again!" Before instantly, now having completed eliminating the second, Vegito powers back down to base. And once we see his face again, looking down as he does so, the 2 horns from his head have retracted also, leaving Vegito now to think in silence. Looks like the transformation got rid of my shirt too. Damn it, I hate walking around so exposed. Looks like I'll need to make another trip to get some new gear. I could use a little more battle experience with that new form of mine anyway. Before then leading to Vegito then looking to the sky with a serious look and continuing, "Now all that's left are those 2 remaining runts anyway. Gods of destruction or not, they are hardly worth chasing after in a hurry. I'll get to them soon enough, but right now, I need a goddamn break after that fiasco. That nightmare has aged me by decades." As behind him, of course, images of the last remaining gods, Iwan and Mule, are seen. Staff! And instantly, within the palm of Vegito, the angel staff given to him by Whis then reappears after a long absence. And with his mouth open wide, he begins to command the staff saying, "Take me to the next! Wait!" But suddenly, behind Vegito on the ground, a weakened but familiar voice calls for his hold. And when we finally see who it is from, of course, the barely still breathing Madara, who inexplicably remains clinging to his life, still on the ground with one eye open as he just ominously lets out, "Hear my words. You're making a mistake, Vegito. A big mistake." Making Vegito turn his head up first in curiosity, before turning his whole body, holding his arms, and confusedly asking, "Now what's this? You can still talk, Madara? Impressive. Maybe you really have earned the title of second of the 5 strongest. But I don't remember leaving a trace of energy behind. So what gives?" A smirk would soon then come across the second's face, as he says with blood leaking from his mouth, "Well, I did say not to underestimate me, Saiyan, but those demon flames I unleashed on you were made of my energy too. And just before you took everything from me, I reversed what little energy I cast on those flames to keep me breathing. That's why those flames aren't still burning to this very moment." Before his face slowly then drops to one more in pain, as he continues, "But that isn't important anymore. I couldn't care less if you kill me now. I've lived for long enough. Far too long, in fact. And with what little energy I have now, I will die once I utter these final words anyway. But you should quit while you're ahead, Vegito. You will never accomplish your mission of getting rid of all the gods out there, God Killer. The destroyers, yes. But you will never get past the final 3 of the strongest. Ha! And much less what lies even beyond, my naive little friend." But this last line from the second is what piques Vegito's curiosity more, as he asks with a confused look, "What lies beyond? What nonsense are you saying now? After the last 2 destroyers are taken care of, and the rest of you 3, only Zeno and the Grand Priest, and maybe that supposed Cronoa, will be the last gods on my kill list." But this response from Vegito only brings a faint laughter from the quickly fading Madara, as he replies, "Cronoa? So you do know of at least one of the other gods. My dear Vegito, do you really think she's the only god that exists outside these realms? Just where do you think us 5 even reside? I can tell you, not in these puny universes ran by that child. You will learn soon, God Killer. Spout all you want about getting your useless revenge on the gods that exist here. But if you really think you will stop all gods from ruling over you pathetic mortals, then you're in for a shock." Until suddenly, the smile begins to slowly disappear from Madara's face. His eyes close even more, and he suddenly becomes silent. The second then finally collapses on his face, his energy now for sure all gone, and now finally dead, adding one more notch onto Vegito's god-killing list. In for a shock? Leaving the base Vegito now to just stare in silence, trying to make sense of what strange claims the second made in his final breaths, before then turning his back to the deceased god and then responding, "If there truly are more and more powerful gods out there, then my answer is..." And with his response unfinished, Vegito would instead now hold out his left hand instead of his staff, and in front of him as a result, a time portal would then finally open. And Vegito, just before leaving forever, would then finally answer, My answer is that I will just become even stronger, Madara. Rest in peace. Before then vanishing along with the time portal as it closes behind him, leaving Madara's unmoving body all alone on the battlefield, ready to begin rotting. But only moments later, as Vegito completely leaves, two new sets of mysterious feet descend down to the battlefield. And shockingly, the figure is then revealed to be none other than Iwan, the same god that was thought to have run off with Mule once Vegito had transformed. And with his expected unmoving poker face, Iwan would say, "How unsightly of you, Madara. I truly expected more of you. I had anticipated once myself and Mule had left, you would have been able to put an end to that mortal once and for all. But I guess this will work out best for me in the end. Isn't that right? Gods!" As suddenly, in a shocking turn of events, the first of the five strongest is seen once again. Thought to be dead after being defeated by Vegito, and by the looks of his stance and lifeless eyes, he may yet still be, as he just lets out incoherent groans as somehow he has become completely reanimated. But back with Vegito, a time portal opens in the midst of space, in an unknown universe, and in an unknown timeline. Soon, then casually stepping out without fear, until realizing just how alarmingly alone he is wherever he has taken himself. Looking around, Vegito would begin wondering, now where have these rings taken me now? I thought I intended on going far into the future, into a universe where hopefully a powerful god would exist. But it seems just imagining a timeline like that won't work. I guess I can only truly go into the past reliably. But even with that said, the question still remains on Vegito's mind concerning where he even is. And for the sake of it, Vegito begins closing his eyes, trying his best to detect the nearest powerful life form. But suddenly, a shocking revelation comes to Vegito, but it isn't the detection of a powerful warrior, but instead, how peculiar. Wherever this universe is, there isn't a single sign of life anywhere. There are no planets anymore, it seems. Could the universe really exist without any life? What could have happened to wipe them all out? Huh. Guess it's not my problem. What? But before Vegito could carry on his unbothered stance, as Vegito looks behind, he suddenly sees the remains of what seems like planets completely annihilated, with debris and planetary matter scattering all over the surrounding area. But despite this, Vegito would then open a portal anyway, citing, "Something bad happened here. Maybe there was a god after all. They don't seem to be here anymore. So there's no use for me being here." And so, Vegito would begin walking towards the time portal again before... What the hell is that? But suddenly, Vegito would see from the vacuum of space a powerful energy beam shooting straight towards him. Get lost! Immediately then swiping his angel staff to knock away the energy beam. What? Who the... But even more shockingly, as Vegito cockily hits the beam away with ease, it all appears to be a diversion, as suddenly a mystery figure shoots down and enters the portal before Vegito. Where the hell did he come from? leaving Vegito gobsmacked as he stares in disbelief at the rapid turn of events. Until the God Killer's mood soon changes. As angered, he grumbles, "Think you can make a fool of me? Get back here!" Before rushing into the portal himself, after whoever this mystery assailant was. And as Vegito lands on the ground of a new planet in yet another unknown universe, far off, a dark humanoid silhouette would appear before him, leading to Vegito shouting out, "You there! Who the hell do you think you are, hitching a ride in my time portal without my permission? You better go back to whatever mess that timeline was before I put you down forever." But as we finally see who the mystery figure is, it is unbelievably revealed to be none other than Ziko, the third son of Son Goku. Somehow, Vegito had entered the Dragon Ball AF timeline, but seemingly far into the future of it, as Ziko angrily lets out, "What is this place? I've definitely not seen a planet like this before. Where the hell am I? Could there at least be finally a worthy challenger for myself here?" Continuing to look around oblivious of the God Killer right behind him, Ziko would carry on. "This smell. Gods have been here. Energy still remains all over this universe. There's no doubt about it. I finally found a way to escape, just like Mother had said." But Vegito, now observing closely the mystery figure in front, would soon then comment, "Wait a second here. He looks familiar. That might be the wrong color, but isn't that Goku's gi? Huh? Goku?" But immediately, the mention of Ziko's father's name suddenly garners the half-Saiyan's attention. Who the hell could know his name here? Quickly turning his head now towards the sound waves in haste, before facing Vegito and instantly asking, "How? Tell me how you know that name, mortal. Tell me how you knew of my father." "What? Goku is your father?" Leaving Vegito understandably full of shock at the most random of revelations, remaining arms folded, but his head and facial expression comedically enlarged as he reacts to the information. But this response serves only to confuse Ziko, as he thinks, "Wait, this fool doesn't even know father's most powerful son? How?" But eventually, Vegito's face would then return back to normal, and he would respond in full, "Listen, kid, I have no idea what your angle is, but Son Goku only had 2 sons, so unless you're some goth version of Gohan or Goten, you've been lied to. But I have to say, I'm more shocked as to why someone from a random universe far into the future would even know his name. Just where did that damn time ring take me?" But in response to this, out of nowhere, Ziko begins to get furiously angry, as electricity spontaneously begins to surround his body, and he grumbles, "Goten, Gohan, no! I was his only real son! How dare you? Are you some kind of fool? You know where you went. You went to Universe 7! The only question is where the hell are we now? I entered that portal in search of a new challenge. No more life exists where I'm from, and hasn't for hundreds of years. I hoped there would be new fighters here, but all I can see is you. But Vegito instantly is shocked only by the first admission. No longer folding his arms and almost staggering back, he would ask, That place was Universe 7? How? Why is there no life in that universe, kid? Before Vegito's face would then lower and get more serious as he stares into Ziko's eyes and adds, What did you do to planet Earth, kid? To which immediately, Ziko would then begin grinning madly and explain finally, What did I do? I killed every last one of those weak Earthlings. First I started with my father, then his 2 illegitimate children, then the Prince of Saiyans and his family too. Everyone, every single being on that planet fell to my hand. And once I finished and blew it up, I went and did the same to every other planet I could find too. For centuries, I would grow my power, annihilating anything and everything else that existed. It's annoying, but there was barely anyone who could even make me break a sweat. Apart from this one strange cat who appeared one day claiming to be a god. But he too was defeated, though he escaped somewhere before I could land the finishing blow. But at least he gave me useful information. Who knew I was in the 7th of 12 different universes? I had been waiting all this time for a way to access them. And finally, it seems you have given me a way in. What did you just say? But as we look back at the God Killer, he is far from a laughing mood, as veins begin to pop all over his forehead and a strange dark energy begins to change the atmosphere around him. And with his teeth now gritted, trying to hold in his evident rage, he would just grumble, You killed them all! And as if reacting all over again to the rage he felt from the gods taking away his loved ones, Vegito roars into the sky, powering up, instantly becoming what seems like a Super Saiyan 2, but now completely coated in black lightning instead of blue. You'll pay! Instantly then rushing straight for Ziko with vengeance on his mind. Yeah! And eventually, he does land on the face of Ziko, but unfortunately, he doesn't seem to do much, with the hybrid Saiyan just smiling as he gets hit, letting out, interesting. So you too are one of Father's kind. For a moment, puzzling Vegito as he thinks, what the hell? With my level of power now, this can't be! Sorry, Saiyan, but this is reality. As Ziko then quickly moves away Vegito's fist before... Buzz off! Brutally then headbutting Vegito straight in the face, point blank. Sending the God Killer flying backwards in pain as blood shoots out of his grimaced mouth. Surprised your skull didn't burst from that. Let's test just how sturdy you really are. Swiping his arm back with a closing palm with what looks like an energy ball beginning to be produced. And unbelievably with one blast, straight out of the playbook of Vegeta, Ziko blasts Vegito straight through his torso. And instantly, in the aftermath, a violent scene of Vegito, now back in base, is seen wide-eyed, floating back with of course now a gaping wide hole in the middle of his body, spewing blood all over as we see a peek right through onto the other side. Eventually leaving the practically dead Vegito to land on his back in silence as Ziko watches on confirming his kill. And now looking down on his latest victim, an unimpressed Ziko would let out, "Saiyan or not, you're no different in the end to the rest of those blonde-haired and blue-eyed brats. Just as fragile and just as pathetic. And unfortunately, just like the rest of your inferior race, you too are no challenge for me." But soon, with his target eliminated, Ziko turns his attention to the sky and realizes, "What's this? I can smell the presence of gods here. Where am I? Not Universe 7 anymore, that's for sure. And that means there's a whole lot more to kill and destroy around here." Instantly then shooting off into the sky with excitement and ferocity, leaving Vegito for dead like a thoughtless matter. And as we zoom in closer on the flying Ziko, a keen smile can be seen as he contemplates, "I wonder just what strong warriors await me here. Mother always told me our universe was one of the weakest there was. Surely a true challenge must be out there, one greater than even father." As behind, an image of his late father in his AF clothing appears. But this smile is soon cut short once something shocking appears right in front of the eyes of Ziko. "What the? How are you?" Leaving the third son near enough stunned into silence as in front a very familiar hairstyle appears. And of course, once we see from Ziko's side, it is revealed to be none other than Vegito, his arms folded with a cocky smile as he lets out, "That attack wasn't bad, brat. I'm starting to believe maybe you are a Saiyan after all. Welcome to the club." Before suddenly, the hole within Vegito's torso begins to transition to goo, and then eventually completely close up in true margin style. Good as new! What? Leaving a bemused Ziko to now watch on in shock, never having seen anything like this, much less from a fellow Saiyan. With the shock now reaching a boiling point, Ziko would then yell out, You are no Saiyan! What are you? Answer me now!" And Vegito, loving the look of confusion seen on Ziko's face, would yell back, "Oh, I am most definitely a Saiyan, kid. But I've heard more than once you calling us an inferior race. You know if you really were Goku-san, you do realize that would make you part Saiyan too, right? Tch, I knew you had lost the plot calling yourself Kakarot's son. I am my father's son!" But this passing comment denying Ziko's heritage instantly just pushes the half Saiyan over the edge as he releases a scream into the heavens before becoming surrounded in an intense ball of energy that gives even Vegito a shock. As finally, "You'll eat those words, Saiyan!" As suddenly, Ziko reaches an all-new form, powered up to the brim with his hair now fully spiked and black accents now longer and sharper too, as surrounding him a familiar black lightning emerges. Whoa! And initially, Vegito is immediately half confused as he comes to realize internally, wait a second, that's a Super Saiyan transformation, alright? No doubt about it. His power just shot through the roof. Could he really be my son? But before Vegito can think anymore, Ziko begins his attack already enraged in his new form. And not wanting to be outdone, Vegito instantly then transforms into a form of his own, but his being Super Saiyan Blue. Let's see you handle something a little stronger than a Super Saiyan, brat. Instantly blocking Ziko's first attack. Silence, Saiyan! But despite the initial overconfidence, it's quickly interrupted by Ziko slamming his fist with speed right into the God Killer's gut. Before following up with a right hook that lands with devastating impact also. Damn! Leaving Vegito noticing the surprising strength of his foe, thinking, this kid isn't normal. He looks like he's only a Super Saiyan 2 at most, but he's keeping up with me in blue. But not trying to let up at all, Ziko continues the chase and slamming his right fist onto Vegito once again, sending the God Killer's body instantly plummeting straight towards the ground and ready for a big crash landing. But just before Vegito lands on the planet's surface, he looks up with a cunning smile and lets out, right, that's enough playing with this kid. Time to push this to Kaioken! Shooting off instantly, just inches away from the ground, with the signature sound of Kaioken blaring off as he does so until... turning his body around and slamming a soccer kick right down onto the unsuspecting Ziko. Before even quicker than Vegito before him, Ziko now lands flush with a loud crash right into a mountain face. But it's not long for the feared villain of the AF series to break out just barely, one eye open but full of annoyance. How dare he! What kind of Saiyan form is that? Blue hair? Ridiculous! I don't know how this mortal knows my father, but he will not live to tell me how! This ends here! But looking down, Vegito would just giggle, beginning to enjoy the battle with his so-called son, as he comments, looks like the kid is getting mad. He may have yet another form up his sleeve. Just what I need. Before then wiping the blood off his chin and saying with a smirk, I have to admit, there is something very familiar about fighting this guy. He's definitely got some link to Kakarot. I wonder... As Vegito thinks on the resemblance, Ziko begins powering up with a frightening roar, his power alone blowing apart any debris which covered him. Kame! But shockingly, the power-up doesn't turn out to be for a new form, but instead to do a very Goku-esque move, as a bright blue ball of energy slowly begins forming in the palms of Ziko. Immediately surprising Vegito, who recognizes the attack from afar immediately and comments, whoa there! He knows the Kamehameha wave? This kid, he might actually have been telling the truth. My son, eh? before Vegito would then place his own hands to do his own Kamehameha position and say, "Well, if I was going to fight Gohan or Goten, I guess this is the way I'd end the battle too. Kamehameha!" In complete synchronization, the God Killer and Ziko would both then fire off their respective energy waves at the exact same time, each with unfathomable intensity and power. Leading to a very Goku vs Vegeta scene as Ziko blasts from the ground and Vegito blasts from the sky, clashing together to create a truly planet-trembling energy beam collision. You will die like the rest of them! Causing Ziko, who has never tasted defeat, to push further and further with all his might to beat the mystery Saiyan. While Vegito, who just continues his attack with an unbothered smirk, would say quietly, "Relax, son. Don't overestimate your abilities." But almost in a complete defiance to his would-be father, Ziko would sound off an even more thunderous roar, as his beam of energy immediately increases in power and size at the drop of a hat. Whoa! And this pushback in power is so sudden and fast, it even begins enveloping Vegito as if about to destroy him like Cell was. But all through it all, Vegito just remains smiling and calm. That is until a sinister smirk eventually reaches his face and he says, "It's a shame that this is as much as you could do. Clearly the versions of me over in your timeline were total weaklings. I bet they couldn't even use Ultra Instinct!" And suddenly, in a show of dominance, Vegito would enter his mastered Ultra Instinct form, surrounding himself in a white aura as his hair quickly changes to a silvery white in tone. Shocking Ziko as suddenly the power becomes untenable as he tries his best to push back. What? What happened? Where is this power coming from? But eventually, the power of Vegito proves far too much, and Vegito's Kamehameha flattens Ziko onto the ground, his own beam now completely dissipated from before. In a massive explosion that nearly decimates the very planet they are on, Ziko is defeated, trapped under a raging sun of blue energy, covered in black lightning. And in the end, a massive dust cloud is left behind in the aftermath of the explosion, with no sign of the Demi-Saiyan until... Finally, with his body all beaten, his top torn, and leaking blood from every nook and cranny, Ziko appears, just barely able to move, and back in base form, having been well and truly defeated. But with the last of his energy, barely able to even open either of his bloodshot eyes, he mutters, How could I have been defeated by a Saiyan? Father, who is he? As Ziko asked this rhetorical question to his now non-existent father, Vegito would slowly descend to the ground with a small thud, before walking over slowly to the now downed Ziko. And once in front of him, covered in his divine white ki, and still in his mastered Ultra Instinct form, he would extend his hand out to help Ziko up before finally revealing, Kid, stop calling out to your damn dad. I am your father. I'm the fusion of Goku and Vegeta. What? And the pain-stricken Ziko, despite his state, would instantly let out his shock, whispering with his low energy, "No, that can't be. I killed both of you. But this energy, it's undeniable. I can sense you, Father. I can sense Goku." And now, having accepted his defeat and who the figure in front of him is, Ziko would let out with a smile and say, "I should have known. The only Saiyan who could have defeated me. Father, you truly are something." Before immediately, the father and son would finally grab hands with each other, as a smiling Vegito would begin pulling his third son up, just looking down with a genuine sense of Saiyan pride and saying, "You got some real power, kid. I don't doubt for a second you are my son. You're a chip off the old block. But something must have led you astray in your timeline to make you go down the path you did. I don't know the details, but what I will do is give you your own time ring to make things right. All you'll need to do is find a Namekian with a set of Dragon Balls to bring back to your universe. And from there, you can wish everyone back. That will be your first task. And the second will be accepting your Saiyan heritage, kid. Why are you even denying it with your kind of power? Is it because your mother was an Earthling? Because neither Gohan nor Goten had a problem with that. And Ziko, seemingly agreeing, would then just respond, "Make things right? Guess I have no choice now, do I, Father? But no, my mother was no Earthling. She was a goddess, the Western Supreme Kai." God? But suddenly, as soon as Vegito hears this final small detail, something inadvertently snaps from within. My head! And in response, all he can do is grab onto his skull before... Out of nowhere, one horn suddenly bursts forth from his skull uninvited. Father? And immediately, without many real words being said, Vegeta would instantly move his hand away from his confused son. What? What's happening? What are you doing? Before immediately then placing a palm in front of Ziko and then... Hakai! The one-horned Vegito would then out of nowhere shout the chant of the Destroyers. And just like that, Ziko, the third son of Goku, the villain of Dragon Ball AF, is erased forever. His last ever words just being, "Father, why? You gods will die!" And once done, Vegito loses himself completely, his pupils disappearing as he screams a demonic yell, and without knowing, as if ingrained within him, claims war against the gods once again, even ones who are his own blood. But as Vegito screams, elsewhere, in a strange realm, a silhouette is seen surrounded in roaring flames. And as we get closer, we see his menacingly large, bold presence, not knowing who it could be until... Vegito! And standing, almost as equally as angry as the God Killer, is Jiren the Grey. Now having been locked in the time chamber for decades, his body pumped to the max and full of uncontrollable power. While notably, on his head exists yet another demon horn. But just what does all this mean? So our story continues with Ultra Vegito still with his Ultra Instinct activated, and one mysterious black horn deviating out of his cranium as he looks down in silence, covered in electricity, as he shakes before muttering, "I will have my revenge!" Before just as suddenly, Vegito collapses onto the ground and instantly reverts to base form, losing his horn as a wave of exhaustion hits him. And as he huffs and puffs from the sudden loss in energy, he surprisingly appears to be totally confused over wherever he even is, as he ponders, "What happened? Where am I? My head." Before Vegeta then begins grabbing his throbbing head and continuing, "My body, it's full of injuries. Was I fighting someone? I was. That kid. That god. No son of mine, that's for sure." But Vegito, now denying Ziko's link to him and any associated guilt, would just look to the sky and think deeply, "But besides that, it looks like what Madara said was actually true. There seems to exist far more gods than I had ever anticipated. Every universe, every timeline is plagued by them in some way. Just as expected, even the timeline with that kid resulted in everyone being wiped out. It's just as I thought. These gods can never be trusted, and not one can be left alive." And with his thoughts complete and vendetta against the gods stronger than ever, Vegeta would lift his hand, commenting ominously, "I need to find out more about what Madara said. There must be a way to save every timeline and universe from the rule of these monsters. I must learn just how many more of these cockroaches I must dispatch of, and possibly from the one god that would be forced to tell me something." And so in front of the god killer, just as planned, a portal would open. And finally, without any known distractions, no more Ziko, Vegeta would begin slowly walking to enter the portal to a totally new timeline. But just as he approaches, something catches his eye, as if traveling towards him at speed. What the? And suddenly, within the blink of an eye right behind, a ball of what looks like concentrated destruction energy appears right behind the god killer and ready to erase him. But of course, with the attack being noticed, Vegito's impressive speed allows him to dodge out of the way with ease as it lands on the ground and explodes vigorously. Now who dares attack me from behind? Come out, coward! Instantly triggering Vegito to turn around and lash out in anger. Looks like I missed. But shockingly, as we finally see who the attacker is unexplainably Iwan, god of destruction of Universe 1. For some reason, having returned alone despite running away earlier, and completely aware of the massive gulf of power difference between himself and the God Killer. What? You've got to be kidding me! Even surprising Vegito too, as he slowly then descends back to the ground before standing to face off with the Destroyer, wondering if this was some kind of trick. But a smirk soon appears on the God Killer's face as he then stares at Iwan and lets out, "Unbelievable! You actually showed up all alone to challenge me, Destroyer! The overconfidence of you gods has reached an all-time high. This is basically a death wish, you know. I thought you last two runts were going to run and cling for the rest of your lives until I finally found you. I planned on taking you out later on, in fact. But sure, if you want to give me a little energy snack now, who am I to stop you?" But a concerningly calm Iwan, with his arms behind him regally, would just respond without a hint of fear, "Run and cling to life? Don't be ridiculous. I didn't run from you, God Killer. I merely retreated to get the tools I needed to defeat you. I was surprised you were able to beat Guts, but Madara too? Now that was a surprise. Though little did you know, it would only serve to lead to your inevitable destruction." As suddenly, Iwan changes to what seems like an eccentric fighting position, with his arms out wide and his fingers separated and moving as if controlling puppets. But Vegito, watching on, can't help but be amused with a smirk, commenting, "Now what kind of silly fighting stance is that, Destroyer? Is that something you gods use? Because you're completely open, I hope you know. What are you trying to do over there? Fight me with your fingers?" To which, in response, Iwan's eyes suddenly turn from relaxed to far more serious in demeanor, as his eyelids crease in and he simply replies, "Fight with my fingers? How observant, God Killer. Why don't you just find out for yourself, if you dare?" And as if not being needed to be told twice ever, Vegeta would instantly bite onto Iwan's offer and rush in straight for the God of Destruction, his arms still folded as he does so in the ultimate sign of disrespect. And with a smirk that continues to increase, he would just say mid-flight, "Find out for myself? Who do you think I am, you damn weakling? I'm about to find out what your energy tastes like." Within literal nanoseconds, just in base, Vegito's insane speed leads him to appear right in front of Iwan, who still sports his intense look, for some reason, still not scared at all. But instantly, just as he does so and reaches Iwan's vicinity, something is sensed by Vegito, a danger like no other, yet still familiar, as he mumbles at the last second, "This energy! No!" What? As out of nowhere, both Guts and Madara appear, striking Vegito from both sides, with the shocked Saiyan just barely at the last moment, blocking both attacks, but with a stare towards Guts in particular, as he lets out, "You! How? Yeah!" And with his full strength, Vegito then launches his arms out, pushing both Guts and Madara back with full force, the two members of the five strongest instantly shooting back, unable to push forward. Guts! Madara! What's the meaning of this? As once separated, Vegeta reacts in pure shock and confusion, not being able to explain at all how both the first and second members of the five strongest he had defeated already were now back and seemingly at full health and strength. All the while, both Guts and Madara remain ominously silent. And as the two silent legendary warriors then jump back to retreat into position, behind them, suddenly a figure appears. And of course, it is what seems like their master himself, God of Destruction Iwan, using the two warriors now as a shield as he stands behind them with his hands up for some reason, commenting, "That's it, boys. Work together now. What's wrong, God Killer? You seem confused. Maybe you should take a closer look." And shockingly, as we peer closer, from the end of Iwan's fingertips, barely visible thin transparent strands of energy are seen, and most notably, all attached to the limbs and body parts of Guts and Madara. As Iwan then explains, "Notice yet, God Killer? You see, these two, you so generously left their bodies intact for me. Not knowing my signature ability is the forbidden power of reanimation. These two monsters are now back to full power and completely under my control. Shells of themselves, but my greatest weapons now. My greatest puppets." What? But as soon as Vegito learns the truth behind Guts and Madara's return to the living world, a sudden rage overcomes him as his teeth begin to grit and veins bulge all over his face, and he grumbles back, "You did what to them? You damn weakling! You have no right to use the bodies of those in leagues far above you. For the sake of their honor, you will die a horrid death, destroyer!" But as Vegito threatens the god, in the first appearance of Iwan's mouth ever seen in the history of Dragon Ball, the destroyer immediately bursts out into laughter, saying back, "What's wrong, Vegito? I seem to have struck a nerve with you, haven't I? Were you really that close to these two? Funny, because it was you who killed them, which I think is a far more worse thing to do. Either way, God Killer, you should know better than anyone. All is fair in love and war." But on hearing this, finally the angered state of Vegito that he had earlier dissipates, and in its place, instead a smirk and laughter of his own from the God Killer emerges as he giggles. "No, to be honest, you are right. They did fall by my hand. I think I'm just more annoyed that you stole my move, Destroyer." As suddenly, the God Killer reopens his eyes, revealing they are now completely blackened, and meaning only one thing, as a certain technique is then unlocked, and Vegito yells, "How about we bring out my own Guts and Madara, fool?" As instantly, besides Vegito, appears of course the energy apparitions of both Guts and Madara, gained from when he absorbed each of their energies, as with a cocky smirk from behind the two, Vegito would say, "Recognize these two, Iwan? These are made up of their true energies, not those lame counterfeits you have. Now tell me now what?" And immediately, a reaction of pure terror and bewilderment flushes over Iwan, having never ever seen this technique from the God Killer before, as he mumbles while stepping back in fear, No, this can't be! I found their bodies! They belong to me! I reanimated them completely! There cannot be another with my ability!" But the fear soon drops as Iwan then moves his fingers to assemble his puppets and begins convincing himself, "No, these must be illusions. You will not fool me, God Killer. Guts, Madara, destroy this fraud!" And immediately, on the orders of their puppet master, both the real-life Guts and Madara then immediately rush in at Vegito with the full force of the originals. But as they do, Vegito just begins to grin wider and wider as he thinks, "Perfect. Now this will be just the test I need. Go! Show this fool what your power was really like!" As Vegito then suddenly points his two fingers straight towards Iwan's puppets and commands his own apparitions in the exact same way. And just like that, within seconds, both sets of the legendary five would be within inches of each other until... Through a raucous of loud yells and collisions, both sets of Guts and Madara would clash viciously with each other, being equal at every turn. And with their brief skirmish coming to no victor, each of the duo of legendary warriors lands back with their owners, with a slam, with Iwan reacting, "What? What are you doing?" As Vegito reacts, "Not bad. Your reanimation actually somehow gave them their original strength." But once Iwan realizes that his puppets really are no stronger than the ones the God Killer has inexplicably created, a shade of dark blue slides on his face, as in total fear, he yells, "No! How is this happening? Those things, they are the real deal. They're the same as my puppets." Leaving the smug Vegito to now fold his arms, still surrounded by dancing black lightning, and comments, "Oh, the little Yeti looks a little blue. I did tell you, didn't I? You should know by now. I'm a man of my word. But don't worry, I'm also a man who craves a challenge, so I have no intention of making this so easy." Before immediately snapping his fingers with a beaming smile, saying, "How about this? Better?" And just like that, both energy apparitions of Guts and Madara would then disappear without a trace, with them for some reason no longer needed by the God Killer. Before finally we get our explanation, with Vegito then suddenly powering up to his Ultra form, combining both Ultra Instinct and Ultra Ego as he does so, yelling out, "Come on then! Send those walking dead men! Let us see just how much stronger I am now!" And as Vegito just stands there waiting for a response, he would yell further, "Huh? Hurry up! Bring it on!" But this overconfidence and willingness to engage just brings a cocktail of anger and fear to Iwan, as he grumbles, Your cockiness will be your demise, God Killer. Do not forget that each of these left you near death only days ago. Together, you will be annihilated. Do you understand?" To which Vegeta would respond, "I understand perfectly. So hurry up and give me my just desserts." And just like that, Guts and Madara would then shoot off for Vegito, who immediately gets into fighting stance, readying himself without an ounce of hesitation. But as the master and student attack with elbow and fist simultaneously, a smiling Vegito is quick to just duck under, leading to what seems like an angered Madara to launch yet another attack. To think, I had problems reading your movements before, Madara. As instantly, as if avoiding attacks from just his younger son, Vegito would just hop over Madara's attack like it was nothing. But of course, undeterred, the puppet Guts would soon then launch his own attack. Really, Guts? You think I wouldn't notice that big clunking body of yours? Get real. Eventually leading to Guts appearing right behind Vegito, but of course, the God Killer wouldn't care less. Dodging the swipe of Guts' arm with the simplest of head movements without even facing him before. Don't get too close, God! Before, like a donkey being approached closely from behind, quickly swings his leg back and kicks Guts far off. But even with that pushback, the battle continues between the two, despite how one-sided it is as the puppet Madara watches on. But with of course nothing to say, the puppet would then launch in at what seems the perfect moment to step in. Oh, there you are, Madara! Reaching Vegito mid-fight from behind, but as he swings, Vegito quickly vanishes out of the way, leading to Madara striking his student instead, as Vegito yells from behind, "Hey! I don't think you're allowed to be beating your student, Madara! Tut tut! Maybe I'll have to be the one to dish out some disciplinary action here!" As Vegito then begins powering in his palm a concentrated sphere of energy. Die! As such, the God Killer launches a barrage of ki blasts at the two members of the strongest, who just watch stunned, unable to move until Iwan moves them. And Iwan does exactly that in the end, as instantly Madara closes his hands together and summons his giant samurai titan at the very last moment. As each of the beams they crash on, exploding right on the protected Madara. While meanwhile, Guts surprisingly finds a way to escape, watching on from above as the smoke of the explosion dissipates. Peekaboo! But it's not long for the God Killer to notice, and he makes his appearance once again behind the once legendary swordsman. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be to just say hi, as in Vegito's right arm, an energy blade suddenly then appears. What? Wait! I won't be able to move him in time! Alarming Iwan, as he realizes no matter how dexterous he is, he will never be able to outspeed the God Killer at that distance. Sorry, Guts, but this is going to be a little bit of deja vu. As Vegito then thrusts his hand behind, ready to cut through Guts once more. Rest in pieces, my friend! And just like that, mercilessly, without any caution, Vegeta would cut straight through the body of Guts. But for some reason, whether it is because the warrior is just a puppet or not, Guts barely reacts. But soon, a reason why appears as inexplicably, straight out of the playbook of Vegito, slowly the gaping distance between his torso and legs would begin to be bridged until, finally, Guts would appear whole again as if Vegito had done nothing. What? Did I just see what I thought I saw? Confusing Vegito, having never seen Guts do anything like this in their first battle. But the shock doesn't last long, as Vegito then says with a smile, I guess this is the power of reanimation, huh? Looks like I'm no longer the only immortal here. And in response, the silent warriors would just grunt back. As Guts and Madara then surround Vegito, there is a cold silence as neither side makes the first move until... Both Madara and Guts then simultaneously begin moving at super speed. Nice try, but I'm on a whole new level to you two now. And as soon as the three collide, the same story is seen, with the trio then battling all over the sky with absolutely nothing being landed on Vegito before the eyes of Iwan. What am I looking at? But when we zoom in on Iwan's expression, his eyes are wide open in shock as even he realizes he's keeping up with both of them. No, is he beating them? Yeah! And almost in a perfect answer to Iwan's thoughts, Vegeta would then effortlessly strike both Madara and Guts with a full force kick, sending both to a brutal crash landing on the ground and near enough the same exact time. And with each of the former members of the five strongest completely dispatched of, and with ease, Vegeta cockily can't help but reflect, absolutely insane! The improvements I've made are night and day. This is a bigger jump than even when I rematched that freak Zarbon on Namek. Oh, how I still remember the look on his face. But the laughter is soon cut short, as from close by, Vegito begins to sense movement again. As shockingly, like true zombies rising from the dead, Madara and Guts come back to life and full consciousness, despite the earlier beatdown. Leaving Iwan now to seemingly have the last laugh as he yells, "So sorry, God Killer, but as long as I exist, these two will forever continue to fight too. Just give up because..." But mid-sentence, Iwan is left paralyzed into complete silence as before him, a horrifying and unexpected sight then appears. Hello, Destroyer! As suddenly, right before the face of Iwan appears Ultra Vegito, smirking with one hand on his hip nonchalantly and the other face palm first towards the god, as he looks down and says, "Well, if it's as long as you exist, Iwan, then I should just make sure you don't anymore." Hakai! Immediately then shouting the one word we all expected to erase Iwan finally, that is until... Wait! They will be erased too! Iwan with a look of pure terror and a trembling voice would yell out a confusing statement. Causing Vegito to stop his destruction technique midway and question, "Those two will be erased too? What the hell are you talking about, you damn Yeti?" And Iwan, now serious as he finally gets a chance to fight for his life, then begins, Yes, if you destroy me, those two will vanish too. They are only here because of my energy. You see these energy strings? They run through their whole body. And if you erase me, while my energy makes up their very being, once I disappear, they too will face the same fate. You don't want that, do you, God Killer? You're obviously saving them for some reason. Perhaps because only the destroyers and angels were part of the erasure of Earth. But whatever your reasoning, stick with it. Spare me, and me only. You've proven your point, and given me a brutal defeat, I will disappear from this universe and never talk to a mortal again, let alone destroy one. I will even help you find Mew, if you wish. And with that said, suddenly a look of deep thought strikes Vegito, and he even then drops his palm as if actually agreeing. And without saying a word more, Vegito would then mysteriously turn his back to a nervous Iwan and begin walking towards Guts and Madara. And soon enough, Vegito would approach Guts first, the first of the 5 strongest, and perhaps one of the only gods Vegito had grown a level of respect for. And once Vegito and Guts lock eyes, Vegito can only say quietly, "What has he done to you, Guts? Do you even know who you're looking at anymore?" But of course, only monotonous groans or silence is what the lifeless puppet Guts gives back in return. Before Vegito would then continue, "Guts, it's true. You were nothing to do with what happened to my loved ones, and it wouldn't be fair to even say you allowed it to happen. You've existed for millennia, and to this day, I know not where you or Madara are from. Madara had mentioned a land beyond, and if it's different from this realm, then I cannot make the wrong decision here." But suddenly, a truly interesting phenomenon begins to develop, as from the right side of Vegito's skull, a small bump begins to develop, before then growing out quickly to a small horn, and finally, a full-length demon horn, just as we've witnessed against Madara, and notably as he does so, a lone tear falls from Vegito's eyes. A horn? And Iwan from behind would instantly realize what this meant. Kai! As now, a demonically charged Vegito out of nowhere would then yell the chant he was supposed to finish earlier, tears still flowing, but said with conviction nonetheless. And just like that, the silent puppet Guts would erase instantly. You monster! You demon! Causing an instant shock and horror reaction from Iwan before his fight or flight is activated, and he immediately just begins running for his life. Only serving though to anger Vegito more though, as he grumbles, "You made me do that, Yeti! You think you can run? You think you can run from me?" As Vegito immediately then swipes his right hand into the air before Planetary Kai! And in a truly shocking, unexpected move, Vegito would then crash his palm into the face of the planet, pushing all his destruction power into the very core of the globe, causing huge ripples of energy, wind and power to shockwave everywhere as he does so until... In a flash of unfathomable light and speed, Iwan, Madara, and the entire planet are then erased on the spot and never to be seen again. And in the silent aftermath, Vegito is left all alone in the expanse of space, his right hand still trailing with destruction energy, as when we zoom in, a single trace of a tear remains in his eyes, as he looks down and finally says, "You were a fool to think that dirty trick would work on me, Destroyer. Those two deserve to just die and atone in the afterlife. But if you think I won't do anything to get my revenge on you, Destroyers, then you have another thing coming." But as Vegito says this, behind, almost without a hint of sound, a pair of feet descend. Well, that was an entertaining show, Godkiller. And suddenly, a mysterious new figure is revealed, with black hair, a symbol on his cheek, and draped in what could only be described as divine clothing. As the mystery warrior would then finally let out, "I'm guessing you know the deal by now. I am the third of the 5 strongest. You may call me Yamoshi." So our story continues with Vegito in the midst of space, having just destroyed the planet he was on, along with God of Destruction Iwan, and 2 of the strongest 5 in the multiverse, Guts and Madara. But behind Vegito, it is of course revealed that he is far from alone, as yet another member of the 5 arrives and is right behind the Godkiller, as Yamoshi, the third of the 5 strongest, would just giggle, so this is the famous Saiyan fusion. The Godkiller, as they say, huh? Well, I guess, after what I just witnessed, that can't be denied anymore. That was pretty heartless, don't you think, Vegito? While an annoyed and waning with patience Vegito would just respond, "Heartless? They had it coming and you know it. The real heartless decision here is approaching me now. I've just defeated the 2 members beneath you and a god. And this is the time you want to fight me in this condition? Hardly fair, don't you think?" But Yamoshi would just nonchalantly reply, "What? Is that supposed to be an excuse? Something impressive I'm supposed to take into account? Don't make me laugh, kid. I could have taken all 3 of those out without breaking a sweat." Immediately surprising Vegito as he begins to think if this stranger was bluffing or not. But Yamoshi, now with his arms folded, would not ease up and continue, "You don't need to worry about this being fair, young Vegito. If anything, I'm the one here a little worse for wear. Just before I came down here, I was in the demon realm. You do know us gods have jobs to do, right? We have to keep the order of the universe in check, either dealing with monsters like you in the mortal realm, or disposing of the daily victims in the demon realm who think they can foolishly breach out into the land of the mortals and gods. I probably killed about 100 or so of them before even coming here, so consider us equal." But Vegito, who despite the claims is totally unimpressed, cracks his knuckles as he replies, "Listen, unless you're 100 times stronger than Guts and Madara combined, you can stop with the big talk, as I'm not interested. Saying you slaughtered a few demons is hardly an achievement to me. If you didn't know already, I destroyed a so-called demon emperor in just one move not too long ago." Yes. But as Vegeta reveals this, Yamoshi's grin grows wider as he places one hand on his hips and clenches the other in front of him, letting out, "Yes, I did see that. But unfortunately for you and your overinflated confidence, not all demons nor emperors are created equal. Whatever you took down was weak enough even Guts sealed it. And as for 100 times stronger, yeah, something like that." As suddenly out of nowhere, Yamoshi's eyes suddenly change from black to now yellow with a lone pupil, the mysteriously familiar eyes come with an ever-widening grin before. In a violent war that reminds us of only one species, Yamoshi powers up to what seems like his max power, as a white lightning bursts forth from his very paws. He stares directly into Vegito's eyes. But Vegito, seeming rather unbothered but smirking with his arms folded, would say, "Interesting, God. You're definitely stronger than the two before you. But far from giving me that same feeling of amazement Guts first gave me. This power is hardly anything to worry about. Allow me to show you true strength, my friend!" As in an even more ferocious roar, Vegito screams out with his muscles positively bulging, surrounding himself in aura and his signature black lightning matching perfectly with Yamoshi's white. "Yes, show me this power then, Saiyan!" But totally eager regardless of the power unleashed by the Godkiller, Yamoshi, like a true warrior, would rush in instantly at Vegito. Surprising Vegito, who with his newfound strength expected more trepidation. But not wanting to miss out on the fun, Vegito rushes in too, with the pair meeting until... With a monumental crash, both of their fists would land on each other simultaneously, one covered in black lightning and the other in white. And in the aftermath of such a godly collision, the universe itself reacts in terror, as a shockwave travels through the reaches of space, shaking and damaging every planet around. And when we zoom in on an individual planet... Hey! What's going on here? Run! The very inhabitants of each planet fear for their lives too. And on feedback, both fighters are then sent backwards through space, eventually regaining themselves as Vegito starts... Well. Perhaps you won't be as disappointing as first thought. I'd say our power levels seem almost even like this. Haha! While Yamoshi, smiling in response, would say back, "Oh really? What an astute observation. I guess we are somewhat the same for now." For now? Ooh, how ominous. You're getting my Saiyan blood fired up now, you know. To which Yamoshi, now with his teeth bared in a big grin, says strangely, "Haha, mine too." But regardless of the big clue Yamoshi had just given Vegito, the Godkiller just excitedly rushes into battle once more, and Yamoshi, in tandem, does exactly the same. The two once again clashing equally. This time, their forearms mashed against each other as both yell to the heavens, trying to push against each other in vain. And eventually, within nanoseconds, the clash descends into a barrage of trading attacks, both landing and both defending against each other, without a hint of either side gaining an advantage. And with the whole of the universe for their fight to take place, every inch of the expanse is met with clashes as the two then fight hand to hand all over. Eventually landing punches on each other at the same time for devastating effect. And clashing legs for a bone-shattering crunch as both wince in pain. And with blood on his mouth and bruise all over, For a brief moment, mid-battle, Vegito would comment, "Amazing! This is a true battle! No swords, just blood, sweat and fists! I haven't had this much fun in a while! Well done, Yamoshi!" While a giggling back third would humor back, "Well, thanks for the compliment, God Killer. Always nice to know your would-be murderer is enjoying himself as he tries." Before, with that being said, suddenly Vegeta would then jump back to gain some distance. Huh? Much to the surprise of Yamoshi, who would continue, "What now? I thought you were enjoying our little dance, Saiyan. Don't tell me you aren't ready for round 2. And for a brief moment, electricity begins to build up once again over the leg and body of Vegito, and then similarly over Yamoshi too. "Right! I've gauged your fighting ability long enough now! Show me how you deal with this, God! Before in a sudden twist, Vegeta would begin placing his hands together as a shining ball of energy is created out of thin air before... Equal this, fool! Blasting it instantly at full power and at short distance from the palm of his hands. Oh, Vegito, you truly underestimate me. But in response, in one of the most unbothered stances imaginable, Yamoshi, even in that instant, would close his eyes and just play with the top of his head. "If witnessing my true energy is what you desire, then I'll send you to hell with just my fingers! Final!" As Yamoshi then in return claps his hands together, interlocking them with two fingers pointed towards the impending Kamehameha wave coming towards him before yelling, "Ray!" With his eyes flashing yellow and veins beginning to pulsate through his forehead, Yamoshi would fire off his own blast at the very last second. Just like that, in a truly divine display of unfathomable power, Yamoshi and Vegito then begin to appear like mere microbes in comparison to the huge masses of energy they both let out at each other. As Vegito, smiling from end to end, enjoying himself, would yell, "Amazing! Whatever that weird technique of yours is, it's actually keeping up! I'm gonna enjoy learning that once I take your energy!" While the equally smiling Yamoshi claps back, "Be my guest, God Killer, but first, just try and beat me back!" As the two then continue to push forward with full power, but closing an eye each as they push themselves to the very limit, before finally they both have the exact same idea and yell out, "Enough of this! Die!" And just like that, in a humongous explosion that surely sends every planet in the vicinity shooting off from their orbit, in a light so bright, the still battle-thrilled faces of Vegito and Yamoshi are lost in it too. But eventually, as the smoke clears, Yamoshi at least is seen still standing, his body a mess and his armor covered in debris and damage, as with a still cheeky smile covering his face and one eye open, he comments, My, you surprise me. To think a Saiyan of your generation would come this far in so little time. I could have used a training partner like you back in the old days." But finally, Vegito too appears from the explosion. he too injured, but he too with nothing short of an enthusiastic smirk, as he replies, "My generation? Why must you gods always act like such old-timers? You look younger than me!" Huh? Before instantly, Vegito vanishes before the eyes of Yamoshi, leaving only the last bits of smoke from the explosion behind. Surprise! Instantly reappearing right in front of Yamoshi, slamming a rising kick right onto the chin of the completely taken off guard third. Damn it! Sending the momentarily disengaged Yamoshi flying into the midst of space before... It's time! I got you out of here! As the God Killer, watching from afar, places his right hand out, ready to do something, but it doesn't look like just any ordinary kibi. What? And shockingly, instead of firing off at Yamoshi, behind the third, a time portal inexplicably opens instead. No! What are you doing? Which the still flying back uncontrollably Yamoshi is then quickly drawn into. Eventually leaving Vegito, now all alone in the current timeline, as he lets out, "This should be fun." While meanwhile, the foot of Yamoshi, having left the time portal, then steps lightly onto a familiar looking tiled floor. But once we finally see where Yamoshi had ended up, it's more shocking than ever anticipated, as a young Goku and Piccolo clash in the finals of the World Martial Arts Tournament, right in front of a bemused Yamoshi who comments, "What? Isn't that... Who's that?" But of course, Yamoshi is the least of the confused beings there, as both the young Piccolo and Goku react in total bamboozlement as Goku comments, "Wait, his energy! Can you sense that?" While Piccolo remains astonished, muttering, "Ugh." But now becoming angered over all the mortal civilians reacting to him and the sudden placement in another timeline, Yamoshi would begin thinking, "That idiot! He used the time rings he stole to do this to me, didn't he? What does he expect? That I'll just be stuck here forever? Coward. Like that would even work." But as Yamoshi looks around pondering, the flustered Goku immediately looks to his once enemy Piccolo and says, "Piccolo, listen, I don't know about you, but this guy looks like bad news. Everyone could be in danger right now if we don't move him away. How about we call a truce just for now? Just for a few minutes. You can get a free punch in later, I promise." To which the equally panicked on the inside Piccolo would respond, "Fine, but just to be clear, I'm doing this only so I can fight you at your best, Son Goku. Once he's gone, you're next." Huh? He's here! But suddenly, as Goku and Piccolo agree, Yamoshi looks to the sky, suddenly noticing a spike of energy appearing out of nowhere in this strange timeline. Well, this brings back memories. As suddenly, Ultra Vegito finally reappears himself, seemingly not done with Yamoshi, even if in an entirely different timeline and universe. And like some kind of demonic angel, he descends to the ground slowly at first, saying, "Yamoshi, looks like me and you are going to be finishing this tournament. You ready? I'm about to make my big entrance." Before suddenly, down below, Yamoshi notices the God Killer shooting down at speed, as internally, the quite calm member of the Five thinks, "Here, he wants to fight me right here with all these mortals around. This is his planet, isn't it? I thought this guy cared for the lives of others." Before suddenly, as expected, Vegito does land with a crash, but seemingly a controlled one, as the ground remains intact, as shockwave from his power alone, instead pushing both Goku and Piccolo away. Sending both of the young warriors crashing into walls behind them, with loud impacts incapacitating them, but definitely keeping them alive as expected from Vegito. Whoa! What have we got going on here? Attention, ladies and gentlemen, 2 new fighters have entered the ring! And in typical fashion, the announcer just yells at what he sees, naively thinking this is all part of the plan. But Yamoshi, having seen enough, jumps from the stage unaffected by the impact of Vegito's fall. Before in an instant, he's already near the time portal in the sky, aiming to leave now rather than engage in front of the audience. But Vegito, who is slightly disappointed in his retreat, just looks up with an unimpressed closed smirk saying, "Well, would you look at that? To think I was starting to like you, Yamoshi, and now you're running like the cowardly god you are. Come back here!" And instantly giving chase, Vegito would leave behind everyone in the past and shoot off to the portal, chasing after the third. Soon enough vanishing into the alternate dimension, with the portal closing behind him. And as we get a glimpse onto the other side, we see a very strange but mysteriously familiar looking city with a red sun in the background. But the peaceful quiet is disturbed quickly, as explosions are seen rushing all down the cityscape in a straight line. That's what you get for pulling me into these weird timelines, God Killer! As we then finally see what is causing all the damage, and it is of course Vegito and the third fighting across, with Yamoshi landing a right hook right on the face of Vegito. Why you? And the flying backwards uncontrollably Vegito would continue to hurtle through buildings, eventually smashing through the wall of a certain large facility. What is this? Gods! But soon the building area and timeline is revealed, as sitting down positively shocked is King Vegeta in his throne room as... Quickly, 2 of his elite guards step up in front of him to protect him, both watching as the 2 strange warriors duke it out in front until... How dare you 2 fools disturb the king! I'll have your heads! Angrily then rushing to Vegito and Yamoshi until... Soon, their knuckleheads realize the power and caliber of the fighters in front of them, and the 2 immediately stop in their tracks, with the bold one saying, Rubble, I say you go first. To which the other responds, Yeah, right, you're the senior here. But soon the fight carries on into the sky, as Vegito bursts through the ceiling as Yamoshi chases after him with speed. But Vegito, looking back with a smile, would taunt, Yes, that's it, deity! Follow the leader! While Yamoshi would respond, You're so childish, you know that? You're lucky I'm still enjoying this battle. And the 2 reach higher and higher into the sky until they eventually immediately continue their battle, trading and deflecting blows from one another while flying at insane speeds. But totally unexpected, a mysterious Saiyan with a scar on his face and a hairstyle that could be mistaken for Goku's notices the ruckus and turns quickly. What the? And in the sky before him, he witnesses the absolute circus of a battle that is going on between the two legendary warriors, fighting all over the skybox. And soon, as he stands paralyzed in shock, his wife would soon approach asking, "Bardock? What's wrong, honey? What are you looking at?" Leaving the stunned Bardock to just mutter out, "Gine! Can't you see them? That power! Could they really be Frieza's men? Quickly, get me Kakarot! We need to send him off now!" But as his father unknowingly watches on, Vegito rushes in maniacally yet again at Yamoshi to try and finish him off. But unfortunately this time, Yamoshi catches his fist right into his palm, grimacing as he does so until... "Get us back to the present, fool!" Screaming with intense anger now, totally incensed by the Godkiller's lack of respect for the laws of time travel. And instantly, as if somehow controlling Vegito's time rings without even wearing them, a new portal opens right in front of a completely taken by surprise Vegito, who can hardly believe his eyes. Good boy, Vegito! And with that, Yamoshi lets go and once again escapes into the time portal, leaving the Godkiller in his dust. How? But the shocking confusion of what had just happened had not left Vegito, as with a stunned face, he continues to try and process why the time rings acted on Yamoshi's command. But as he wonders, Yamoshi has already escaped. You damn god! Turning Vegito's confusion to anger before... In a flash, the Godkiller finally leaves the past also. And as the two finally meet again in the present timeline, once more, their smiles are all gone, as both warriors stare coldly at one another, with Vegito beginning... You will explain how and why my time rings responded to your orders, God. To which Yamoshi would just reply, "To hell would I know, God Killer. Maybe these tools you've stolen recognize that you're no god, and therefore not worthy to even wield them. It's only natural they would react to the call of a true deity. Next will be that staff of yours too." But soon, Yamoshi would quit the tough talk and fold his arms with a relaxed smile and say, "Regardless of whether you're a thief or not though, what you definitely are is extremely reckless. God help you if you ever meet Cronoa, for she will have your head. But at least you'll go out a true bona fide Saiyan. The kind that reminds me of my past. It's fun when we're this evil." And the smirk is reciprocated on Vegito, but more sinister in tone as Vegito lets out, "A bona fide Saiyan? You speak like you actually know plenty about my people. Yamoshi. A god who actually cares to know what mortals are like? What a joke. You don't seem to be as bad as the other ones I've met so far. But it's just unfortunate that just like them, you will share the same fate. And that's Not even the most tragic thing here. Huh? Confusing Yamoshi with that last line, as the third would then inquire more. My death not being the most tragic thing? What a strange thing to say, Vegito. But do tell, what is so tragic then, God Killer? And with a beastly groan, Vegito would then simply say, "What's tragic, Yamoshi, is that this isn't even my final form!" With that one sentence said, a demonic yell from below would roar out of Vegito, as his entire body becomes enveloped in a dark purple energy, and black lightning bursts forth and multiplies. And as Vegito's monstrous energy continues right in front of Yamoshi, not even the panel itself anymore can contain his aura. As standing in front with a completely mesmerized expression, the third can hardly believe what he's sensing as he mutters, "Oh, this is what he had in him? Now this is surely something." And as Vegito continues to roar into the heavens, his body begins transforming also. As first, his canines begin to grow ever so slightly, before then his torso becomes engrossed in a rough purple fur, before from his backside, a pointed signature tail then begins to sprout out, until finally, on the chest of the God Killer, a glowing violent purple V crest would imprint once again on the chest of Vegito. As from either side of his face, now both horns also finally become visible once again. And finally, I'm back. As now standing there proudly with his arms flexed, surrounded in sparking black thunder, and a bright, confident smile on his face as he looks to the sky, Vegito has finally returned to his Ultra Demon form. Before eventually he brings his head right down and lets out, "Now, Mr. Third, care to finish what you were saying about us being equal?" You fool. You were a fun distraction, but you were never anything to me, just like I had said from the start. This power of mine is a mix of countless gods, both Guts, Madara, and even one of those so-called demon emperors you all fear. What else did you expect? This is your full power? And left now seemingly completely stunned, only able to mutter a few words at a time it appears, is Yamoshi, eyes wide open and almost trembling until... You're right. Suddenly, Yamoshi's face takes a turn for the worst as all signs of fear or surprise are lost, and with a confident smile, the third would let out, "You're absolutely correct. Turns out, with this little reveal of yours, we aren't as equal as I had first thought at all, Vegito. How unfortunate for you." As instantaneously Yamoshi powers up, turning his hair from black to blonde, his eyes from yellow to green, and completely surrounded now in an iconic yellow aura. In one fell swoop, the third strongest in the multiverse had multiplied his power by 50 times and become a Super Saiyan. What? Completely shell-shocking the God Killer as his earlier cockiness is erased and what is left is complete confusion as he just lets out, You're a Saiyan? There's no way! How? And as Yamoshi in his Super Saiyan state begins to enjoy the fear across the God Killer's face, he would finally let out, "There's no way, you say? So you're not convinced yet? Well, I'll just show you then that I'm not just a Saiyan, Vegito. I am the first and the only true Super Saiyan God!" Before Yamoshi would then grit his teeth, spike his hair even higher up, and then launch into an even more insane power-up than what Vegito had just shown, as slowly his yellow aura turns to orange and then turns to red. As he transforms, something similar to how Goku looked transforming into a Super Saiyan 3 begins to occur, as Yamoshi loses his eyebrows and his hair begins to grow out widely. And before now Vegito's face, just as Yamoshi had to experience before him, the third's power shoots off into space itself, dwarfing what the God Killer had done previously. And eventually, the aura and power is so great, everything is lost in a sharp, bright light until... Standing there at the epicenter of the transformation is what looks like an all-new Yamoshi, in an all-new form. His hair blood red and far longer, his aura red too, but fiery in nature, and his eyes now eyebrowless and fixated on Vegito. And in this truly divine state, the true first Super Saiyan God would let out, "Behold, young Saiyan, the power of the legendary warrior seen only every 1,000 years in our species. This is the true final form of a Super Saiyan God." Before placing his arms down now in complete calm and frightening nature, declaring, "Now, show me how you will deal with me, now that I am 1,000 times stronger than before." And on immediate hearing of this final claim, all the God Killer can now do is mutter, I can't defeat you! No! So our story continues with Vegito in his newfound Ultra Demon form, completely stripped of any confidence, shuddered in fear as he steps back slowly in the presence of the third of the 5 strongest, only able to mutter out, This guy is a Saiyan? No! How could he be this strong? What do you mean, Vegito? You should know better than anyone else. We Saiyans have no limits. As immediately, to the surprise of the God Killer, Yamoshi would confidently then begin walking straight towards Vegito, as the unprepared God Killer would yell, "Stay back! Stay back, I'm warning you, God!" While Yamoshi would just respond, "Is that fear I sense? Maybe you aren't the Saiyan I thought you were after all. You don't deserve to even stand before a true Super Saiyan God." You call that a Super Saiyan God? Leaving Vegito utterly bemused, as he can barely believe what Yamoshi is saying, thinking internally, "No, this form, this is nothing like what we achieved against Beerus. What is he now? It looks like a cross between our Super Saiyan God forms and a Super Saiyan 3, and his energy It feels completely different than before! Do not even begin to compare this with your own god forms, child. But suddenly, as if now possessing a divine ability to read the mind of Vegito, Yamoshi would begin responding to Vegito's thoughts. Young Vegito, all Super Saiyan forms you know are just the descendants of this one true form you see before you. I am Yamoshi, not only third of the 5 strongest, but the first Saiyan in history to have ascended. The father of all Super Saiyans, if you will. And I existed long before a runt like you. Whatever you know, what you so call a Super Saiyan God couldn't be any further from the truth. It is nothing but a mere imperfect state of what I achieved more than 1,000 years ago. The day I achieved true godhood. Nonsense! But now suddenly completely triggered from the patronizing talk and reveal of Yamoshi, Vegito's fear reverts back to anger once more, as he yells back, "Stop with your lies, God! I know never to trust the words of your kind, and I know better too! I already asked the Eternal Dragon about the Super Saiyan God, and exactly how to become one! 6 righteous Saiyans come together and pass their energy onto one that will then become a Super Saiyan God. Before your kind erased them, my family helped me achieve it. Red hair and all. I can do the same as you, Yamoshi. But it's nowhere near as powerful as whatever you're claiming. Who are you even kidding? If you're saying that made you a god, then are you calling me one too? Don't make me laugh. But immediately the cold look of Yamoshi is finally broken, as a smile appears and he explains, "No, you are no god, Vegito, and never could be. If you were, you'd need to eliminate yourself, wouldn't you, God Killer?" No. Fortunately for you, you listened to the misplaced advice of a Namekian dragon that's most likely existed for less time than even you, let alone I. You really thought that Namekian-made creature would know the ins and outs of our Saiyan race's true power? How incredibly naive of you. The true path to this form is gained just like every form before it, by yourself, and by one's actions alone. The fact you needed the help of others is just all you needed to know about what that fake copy of yours is worth. I'm sure if you just trained, you would have also got that incomplete god form without any of this ritual nonsense. And suddenly, this last line in particular from Yamoshi brings a wave of shock over Vegito, as he soon realizes something, thinking, "Wait a minute, I could have achieved it on my own! Vegeta! Of course! He didn't need the ritual to become a Super Saiyan God! Does that mean Shenron was wrong? And Yamoshi's telling the truth? But why would Shenron mention needing 6 righteous Saiyans? It doesn't make sense!" But yet again, now almost confirming Yamoshi has some way of reading the thoughts of Vegito, he would briefly close his eyes and say, "To be honest, I have no idea how that dragon you speak of would know a detail like that. But he wasn't wrong about the need for 6 righteous Saiyans. For 6 different Saiyans are needed to become a true god. But not in the way you described. Instead, they are needed to die! As suddenly, with his eyes open once more and head tilted back sinisterly, Yamoshi would reveal the truth about the first Super Saiyan God and how he came to be. And it seems Yamoshi is nothing like what we had all first thought. As soon in a flashback, Yamoshi would continue, "My young Vegito. In order to become a true Super Saiyan God, 6 righteous Saiyans that one knows of and are fond of must be gathered. Gathered and murdered in cold blood. I did this more than 1,000 years ago to my brother, my best friend, my father, my cousins, and even my partner. The pure sadness, the pure anger at myself, the disgust, created an explosion of emotion within me unlike any other. And I knew from early on, just as you do, our power as Saiyans is linked directly to our emotions. And that is why I did what I did to ascend. And ascend is exactly what I did. I became the most powerful Saiyan in history, and a force even the Grand Priest had to acknowledge. My power grew so great in the end, the first planet of our Saiyans, Planet Sadala, blew up from just my uncontrollable energy. It's the reason you 2 Saiyans were even born on Vegito, as it seemed at least a good handful managed to escape. But little did that matter to me, as finally, true godhood had been achieved by myself. You didn't! Leaving the God Killer now momentarily paralyzed in shock from this truth finally being revealed, as he mutters, "Your own family and friends? For what? For power? To become a god?" Instantly then pushing Vegito to power up voraciously as he yells out, "Typical! I was starting to like you, Yamoshi, but Saiyan or not, you have gone to the dark side by becoming a god. You are no different to them, and you will share a fate no different either." But as the wind from Vegito's power-up blows wildly onto the face of Yamoshi, he would appear unbothered, his arms folded, while he would instead inquire, "Really, Vegito? Really, God Killer? You believe I'm any different to you? That's rich, for you know as well as I do, and every true Saiyan before you, that power is everything in this world. You kill and slaughter gods as and when you please. Sure, you say it is for revenge, for avenging your family and fellow Earthlings. But inside, you know you do it for power. Each and every time you take their energy, you steal it and enjoy it as they perish, laughing as they disappear forever. You are no different to me, Vegito. We may be 1,000 years apart, but the DNA of a Saiyan never changes." And for a moment, the two would then stare at each other in near silence, as Vegito contemplates what Yamoshi had just said. Are the two of them really the same?
Yamoshi, I am nothing like you gods, because I will never die!
Instantly then rushing right at Yamoshi, now without any fear or doubt in his mind, just true rage in his heart.
Yeah!
But the first powerful punch of the God Killer falls on deaf ears, as it appears as barely moving Yamoshi, neutralized with what seems like a single finger until... Vegito switches into a kick behind. It too just as easily stopped now by Yamoshi's elbow, still not budging him an inch, as if he were a stone statue. And seemingly either not noticing or just too proud to accept it, Vegito continues his assault, while an emotionless Yamoshi blocks and parries everything with a single arm.
Stop running, coward!
And the still losing all his cool Vegito will just continue to chase after Yamoshi, as the third begins swiftly moving back as if baiting the fighter.
Talk about being a true Saiyan, yet this is how you fight? Don't make me laugh! Challenge my fist of your own, Yamoshi!
Before not letting up and getting more and more triggered as time goes on, cocking back his fist to try yet again. But with ease, and with his facial expression still not changing at all, Yamoshi would simply dodge and weave, his eyes never leaving Vegito. And even when Vegito switches to multiple kicks, Yamoshi once again shows the huge difference in their abilities, opting to stop each kick cold with just one finger once more.
Stop playing around with me!
Sending Vegito now into berserker mode as he launches a mass barrage of punches. At such speed, it begins to almost seem like he has multiple limbs. But regardless of how much faster or stronger Vegito would get, with a cold look, Yamoshi would not budge from using just a single finger, commenting instead, "This is getting boring, Vegito. I was told that you were to be the strongest Saiyan since my existence in the mortal realm long ago. Right now, you're putting up even less of a fight than the lower demons of the demon realm." Annoying the God Killer even further, as the mixture of his lack of effectiveness on Yamoshi and the third's words begin to crack below Vegito's skin, as he responds angrily,
Boring, huh? That's funny, because I was thinking just the same thing! Maybe it's time I take this up a notch and see if you still have that smug look on your face!
And just like that, squeezing what seems like every last bit of energy from within his final Ultra Demon form, Vegito screams with intensity, his mouth wider than ever as his aura expands and his black lightning resembles more shards of thunder. Before finally, with his final gamble on powering up complete, he stares with a grimace at Yamoshi and claims,
Now you've done it, Yamoshi. I didn't have to use any of this for Madara, but for you, I've saved the best for last.
Before with Yamoshi in front, he would yell,
Well, come on then! Stop with the running. If you're the so-called true Super Saiyan God, show me what that power is like!
But Yamoshi would just remain silent. Triggering Vegito to get into fighting stance, as with a smirk he mutters,
Didn't think that would work on you. Fine, I'll lead the dance once again!
Instantly then appearing right behind Yamoshi, ready to attack from his blind spot, as Yamoshi just sighs. You are such a disappointment.
But Yamoshi this time does not even bother to block or deflect, and instead vanishes much to the dismay of Vegito.
Where is he going to attack me from?
Leaving the God Killer now panicked, wondering if Yamoshi will begin his offense. But instead, some distance away, Yamoshi would begin reappearing. Before, now stood once again, totally uninterested, Yamoshi would let out, "Don't worry, God Killer. I won't be putting you down until you realize just how weak you really are. Show me everything you have, just so I can show you how worthless it all is."
I'll show you worthless. Say hello to a move that wasn't around when you were born, old man.
As Vegito then slowly begins moving both his hands towards his head until...
Solar Flare!
And just like that, a raging shining light would burst forth from the eyes and body of Vegito, trapping everything in its shining light, making Vegito almost disappear, as before it, taking its full brunt, stands Yamoshi, the third of the 5 strongest. And standing there with his eyes unblinking, as the light reaches him, the third, living up to his name, remains unfazed. And once hit with full brightness, his eyelids would only by the smallest of fractions tighten, as if the god had been used to staring into the center of suns.
Now try and dodge me!
But Vegito, who had not noticed her all within the light, just confidently then speeds to his supposed victim.
What's wrong, Yamoshi? Walk into the light, my friend!
Taunting the legendary Saiyan as he reaches closer and closer until... But of course, once his attack moves close enough, in an instant, Yamoshi moves to the side without trouble yet again.
No! You should be blind!
Sidelining Vegito, who finally realizes not even the signature technique of Tien could do anything to bother Yamoshi. Immediately causing the God Killer to then jump back in retreat. A vindictive, unsatisfied anger now on his face as he clenches his fist with full force before letting out,
I've had enough of this. I contain within me the power of all gods before you, all angels, 2 members of the 5, and the 2 strongest Saiyans in history. I will not let this end like this. I will wipe that smugness right off your face!
Immediately lifting his arm up into the sky in a familiar fashion before... Soon, we see developed in all its glory within Vegito's palm is the signature Destructo Disc of Krillin, as Vegito then... tosses the deadly blade with full power, its power amplified with Vegito's own energy to the point there surely couldn't be a material in the entire multiverse that could withstand its edge. But curiously, even as the Destructo Disc approaches Yamoshi with speed, his body doesn't begin to move, and the standstill is still seen even when the blade reaches within complete touching distance. Could Yamoshi just be so fast that he could dodge at the very last second? Pathetic.
What?
But shockingly, the ultra-sharp Destructo Disc strikes head-on the exposed neck of Yamoshi and bursts instantly into nothing, with Yamoshi just left staring disappointingly into the eyes of the completely shell-shocked Vegito.
How?
And with the God-Killer having just tried everything in his arsenal and even witnessed feats that just could not make sense anymore, all he can do is step back in fear, muttering,
No! No! What's happening here? Am I in another dream?
No, Vegito. This is just what it's supposed to feel like when challenging a god, mortal. As suddenly from behind Vegito, Yamoshi's voice is inexplicably heard.
How did you?
But as Vegito rushes to turn around in time, with a straight chop right across Vegito's neck that calls back to what the Grand Priest did to Vegito at the very beginning of the series, Yamoshi strikes the God-Killer clean, widening Vegito's eyes on impact and causing blood to splatter out of his mouth on impact also. Sending the God-Killer flying with insane speed, his eyes closed as he can hardly even react to the full force of the attack, let alone how far it is sending him. And before he knows it, Vegito is sent crashing through multiple mountains, cutting through them like butter, still unable to stop until... With a now completely damaged appearance, Ultra Vegito would regain himself, still shaking from the aftermath of the pain, as he comments,
His speed! Where did that come from? I couldn't even see it coming with Ultra Instinct activated. It felt like the priest!
And as Vegito slowly begins descending to the ground and recovers, he reflects in caution.
That was just one attack, and it felt like it would take my head off. This guy, this god, isn't to be played with. I can't let him land another attack on me or I'm done for. I'm going to have to pick the right moment and use that.
And gradually, Vegito would move across the battlefield in silence, moving towards where he assumes Yamoshi would be now. This is taking far too long. That is until yet again, completely unannounced, the third appears behind Vegito and... now slamming his leg right into the back of Vegito, sending him flying this time straight into the sky on the cusp of space. And as Vegito once again floats uncontrollably, this time in even more pain than before, he can only briefly mutter,
No! I can't take any more of those!
But as the God-Killer worries about not getting hit again, Yamoshi has already extended his hand up to the sky, ready to launch his next, and presumably, final attack. As when we zoom in on his face, he just coldly says, Don't worry, God-Killer. I'll put you out of your misery now.
Die, weakling!
Suddenly then blasting from the same finger he used to block all of Vegito's attacks earlier, a precise and pin-sharp blast of energy.
What? No! No!
As in a flash, Vegito notices the blast behind him in horror, but before he can do a thing, he's already lost in the light. The mass ball of energy at the end, slamming into him, burning his flesh as it does so until... in a humongous explosion that blasts thunder in all directions, Vegito is hit directly. and as the light of the explosion spreads, the entire sky is turned white as nothing can be seen, including Vegito. Goodbye, weak Saiyan. And Yamoshi, not needing to turn away or blink at all, just stares as the God Killer is finally defeated by one of the 5 strongest. And in the air, though thoroughly beaten for sure, now in his base form falling to the ground, surprisingly, Vegito is still in one piece. And even Yamoshi notices, thinking, odd. That blast would have eradicated any trace of any Saiyan I know. Maybe he wasn't too bad after all. Before, as he stares closer, while Vegito's body picks up pace in base, falling to the ground, he continues, but in all honesty, it's hard to even consider him a Saiyan anymore. Those horns, that pink goo he can create from himself. At this moment in time, his body is more demon than mortal. So of course he would survive. And as we look over the peaceful scene of the landscape, a sound is heard slowly increasing until, with a crash, something smashes onto the ground with a blast, and a blink and you'll miss its speed. And of course, that something is soon revealed to be the heavily damaged base form Vegito, now laid out with his arms spread, sitting in his very own crater. But inexplicably, the tenacity of the God Killer shows itself, as through true sheer willpower alone, Vegito begins crawling back up to his feet, on his knees first, before he stands with his head bowed, just grunting, "Damn it! Damn it!" before now looking up bloodied and worse for wear as he yells with the last of his energy, "Damn it, he's too strong!" Every hit, every single attack feels life-ending. And he did that before I could even try my idea out. I can't beat him like this now. I need to heal. But as Vegito finally gets to his feet, standing there before him waiting is of course Yamoshi. And with his arms folded and a poker face, he would concede, "Impressive, Vegito. I didn't think you'd even still be here, let alone able to stand again so quickly. But you showed your youth and naivety, battling me and showing me all your cards, not even considering for a second that I too could transform. And now look at you, back in base, and looking for a way to heal yourself, if I heard correctly. Pathetic. What will you even do? Summon Whis' staff and use its angelic healing powers? Because you're out of your mind if you think I will allow you to do such a thing. The minute it even appears, I will snap it in half." But Vegito, who appears still lacking energy, would just look to his feet in disappointment at the suggestion, as he replies, "You must really think I'm some kind of idiot, don't you, Yamoshi? No, I wasn't planning on doing that at all. I don't even have the knowledge to do such things with Whis' staff. If I did, I'd be reversing time as much as I could too. All I can do with it is travel to find these damn gods. No, that's not my plan at all. But this is..." As suddenly Vegito's eyes burst back wide open and his stance raises back to one with seemingly some energy and enthusiasm. "Come here!" As out of nowhere, Vegito, even though he's just in base form, rushes straight for Yamoshi. Huh? You've got to be kidding me. Leaving the folded arms Yamoshi to even question the logic as he says, "What are you doing, fool? You're really going to try and attack me in that state? Have you got a death wish or something?" But regardless, Vegito continues, now in the air flying right towards the third. And in response, Yamoshi unclasps his arms and gets into a fighting position as he says ominously, "I appreciate the courage, but this is just insulting at this point. I am now ready to put you into the dirt forever, my friend." What? But shockingly, out of nowhere, just as Vegito approaches Yamoshi, a time portal opens right in between the pair. And just like that, the God Killer enters at speed, right before a totally awestruck Yamoshi, who even as the portal closes behind, can only stare in true shock and bewilderment, before finally his facial expression changes and twitches as he yells, That coward! Where have you run to, Vegito? As now shattering his former cool and collected self, in an intense and horrifying rage, Yamoshi would now scream to the realms above themselves as his near limitless power fluxes and shakes the very planet he is on. But regardless, the scene would then switch location and timeline, where those screams would not be heard. As suddenly, we see Son Goku, a little damaged in his mastered Ultra Instinct form, saying, "Listen, I'll spare you if you agree to go back." Huh? And reacting in shock is even more shockingly for us revealed to be a final form Moro, letting us know we are definitely now in a new timeline from the current manga, as Moro continues with an eager face. Yes, of course, I swear it. And with that simple reply, Goku would then suddenly bring out a small bag of senzu beans, looking at it and wondering, I hope I'm not making a mistake here. Before then lifting his head and turning to Moro and saying, "Here, take one of these senzus, it will restore your stamina." Before pulling out a senzu and continuing, "Eat it, and then Jacko will escort you back to prison. That's the deal." So Goku would then get ready to hand over the bean until... Gimme that! Suddenly, just as Goku would flick the senzu bean to Moro, just as he did in the original timeline, out from a portal would burst out Vegito, his right arm pulled back with speed, ready to catch his prize. Gotcha! Huh? What? Immediately shocking both MUI Goku and Moro as he grabs the beam. Eventually landing on the ground with senzu bean in hand as both Moro and Goku stand stunned into silence, just watching on and wondering what on earth is happening right now. But not before Vegito would suddenly turn to Goku and angrily scold him. "Kakarot, you damn fool! Did you not learn from Cell that mercy is not meant for these types? You're too soft, and it will be your downfall!" Before instantly then turning his head to Moro now and continuing, "And your weak lies may have worked on Kakarot, but they will not slide with me!" Wait, what? Before Vegito would then place his palm right in front of Moro's face and... With a powerful blast of pure energy and no Hakai, in just base, Vegito would completely eviscerate the body of Moro. Whoa! Leaving Goku nothing short of shocked at the power and destruction just witnessed,
as before Vegito just lays the aftermath of his blast, having torn up the ground in front. But as Goku begins to calm down and recognize the God Killer with his back turned, Goku would begin whispering, "Wait a minute, aren't you Vegito?" But before an answer can even be replied, Vegito just jumps into a time portal in front, as Goku yells after him, "Hey, wait!" Eventually though, being left all alone, as Goku just wonders, What just happened? But in the present timeline, Yamoshi remains looking around angry, and as he stands all alone with his back turned to us, he would grumble, "That damn brat! If he thinks he can run forever, he's sadly mistaken. I will find him again, and when I do..." "You'll do what? Huh?" But suddenly in response, from behind Yamoshi, a voice calls. And once Yamoshi turns around, in the air now appears a lone but familiar figure. "Sorry for the wait." And floating in the sky now, back at full health, and back in his Ultra Demon form once more, complete with 2 horns, Vegito is back, and looking down at Yamoshi with an air of confidence, as a smiling Yamoshi would comment back, "Huh, so you finally show yourself again. Looks like you found a way to heal yourself too. How onerous. But not like it will make any difference." Huh? Before Vegito would then suddenly disappear before Yamoshi. Only for the God Killer to just simply reappear in front of the third calmly, as with a smile, Vegito would say, "Sorry about that, but you kind of messed up my plans for this battle with that last attack of yours. I needed a little rerun. But what do you say? Shall we try this again? I just got myself a much needed Zenkai boost, so this should be a different story now." But Yamoshi would only laugh back, responding, "Really? Zenkai boosts? That is what you want to rely on to beat me? My. You really must be thick to think that will close the gulf of a gap that is between us. I've known Uzaru apes with more sense than you, Vegito." "Well, we'll see about that!" As instantly, without warning, and with no more time to waste, Vegito would rush in at Yamoshi. While Yamoshi, with a sly smirk, but now closing his eyes, would sigh, "Fine, we shall play this game once more, though this is such a waste of time." Confusing Yamoshi momentarily, as once more Vegito would vanish, as Yamoshi would think, "What now? Is he really just going to pop behind me again?" But shockingly, out of nowhere, in speed undetectable by mortal eyes, Vegito would appear, now striking Yamoshi hard in the gut with a strange red aura, as his skin turns blood red, and with a yell, when we see his face, he screams, "Kaioken times 1000!" And the now pupilless Yamoshi is completely winded, with blood shooting out of his mouth. He can only then mutter, "Kaio, what is this?" And Vegito, now covered in veins over his red-tinged face, would finally just say, This is my equalizer, Yamoshi! The power of a true Saiyan mortal!"
This blow in his solar plexus sending Yamoshi flying back with unbelievable speed, while a shocked expression remains on his face. And with a massive explosion, Yamoshi's body hits directly onto an entire range of mountains. And Vegito at first remains recovering from his attack as if just entering Kaioken times 1000 pushed his body to his absolute limit. But that is until...
Kaioken times 1020!
Vegito forcefully pushes his body even further as his muscles internally begin to rip and even the veins on his face begin on the edge of bursting open. His power now shooting right through the roof as not even his body can be seen in the dark red aura surrounding him, which is beginning now to mix with his seeping blood. But even through the pain, Vegito would forcefully smile and let out one last line.
This is probably the stupidest thing I could do to myself. I haven't even got long in this state, but if I'm going out, I'm taking you with me!
So our story continues with Vegito in his powered up final Ultra Demon form, now coated in Kaioken aura after pushing himself to his utmost limit, bulging with veins on his face itself as he closes his eyes, trying to keep his body and mind intact, thinking,
this power, this pressure, even with a Margin's body to handle all this extra power from the Kaioken, it can't take this level for too long. After all, Boo's regeneration abilities are not infinite. Once beaten up enough, even he can become too damaged to do a thing. As behind Vegito, we see a flashback of Boo's beaten body after fighting Kid Boo. But suddenly, out of nowhere, a sharp pain strikes the Godkiller by surprise. But it doesn't seem to be from Yamoshi. Damn it!
As suddenly, with no visible attacker in sight, Vegito on his own accord falls to his knees, his eyes wincing and his body tense as he comments,
"What happened?"
Before with one eye open and now in serious pain, he grunts out,
"I knew it! I've pushed things too far with times 1000. My whole body is breaking apart. My muscles are tearing even when I'm not doing anything. I need to finish this now before it's too late."
But meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, where Yamoshi was struck into a range of mountains, complete silence is heard until...
Vegito!
As suddenly, of course, the legendary first Super Saiyan God bursts out from the rubble with a roar, as his divine orange and red aura explodes over the expanse of land. And with rage in his eyes, he would scream,
"How dare you! How dare you think you could compare to a god!"
As when he ducks his head down, with a building and bubbling look of rage, he would continue, as a fiery aura sparks around him.
"How dare you challenge your elder, Saiyan? You only exist because of me. You only know of the Super Saiyan forms because of the legends of my story. I don't know what it is that you're using, but there is only one ultimate Super Saiyan form here. And it is mine!
Instantly then resulting in the triggered Saiyan God rushing in at Vegito with pure vengeance in his heart, ready to stop the battle here and now. Leaving us still damaged and recovering Vegito, rubbing his forehead as he thinks.
Typical. His power level is increasing even further now. What even are his limits? I guess, since he's a Saiyan, there won't be any. But that just means the same goes for me, Yamoshi. Kaioken times 1100!
As unbelievably, even in this incredibly damaged state, Vegito pushes even further. His body literally ripping in front of us as an outrageous blood-red aura begins to shoot out from his skin. But despite this increase in power, Yamoshi loses no confidence and continues rushing in ambivalently, screaming,
"Increase your Kaio crap as much as you want, God Killer! It still makes you no Saiyan God!"
But as Yamoshi rushes forward, in the blink of an eye, the signature Kaioken sound is heard, as inexplicably, too fast for even a god's eyes, Vegito appears right behind Yamoshi, with his arm pulled back, already ready to slam into the third. Eventually, swiping his fist straight down onto the back of the first Super Saiyan God, before Yamoshi even has a chance to turn around, sending him flying across the planet before... Finally, being able to turn his head despite the velocity of how fast he's moving towards the ground, Yamoshi grunts out,
"You! Where is this power coming from?"
But even with Yamoshi's questioning, it does nothing to stop his body, now escaping the orbit of the planet itself as he screams in the emptiness of space. And the force of his traveling body is so great that within seconds, Yamoshi's body is then seen still hurtling from one planet he was just on, now to the other. And just as quickly and violently, with nothing seemingly able to slow his body down, the planet too is completely penetrated as Yamoshi smashes from one end through to the other. And in the process, a planet with a Swiss cheese-like hole is then seen from the ground. With Ultra Vegito just watching on from the ground commenting,
"You're not getting away from me that easily, Yamoshi."
Before with a focused look on his eyes, Vegito readies an already fragile looking body, thinking,
"It's now or never. This has to end with the next move."
Before then moving his body slowly into a unique fighting stance, letting out a single breath before... Vegito instantly then shoots off at light speed like a bullet right up into the sky, aiming exactly for the tunnel Yamoshi left behind. All the while smiling to cover up the pain from the outside as he lets out,
"That's it! I can feel the power increasing within me! I feel unreal! Your time has come, Yamoshi! Just be a good boy and let me finish this once and for all!"
reaching within the blink of an eye the same hole that Yamoshi had just smashed through. But as Vegito chases after Yamoshi, just his aura alone disrupts the entire structure of the planet, as it begins bursting into pieces as Vegito roughly smashes through. And quickly too, Vegito then finally catches up with Yamoshi once again, as they both head towards yet another planet.
It's time to die now, Saiyan God!
As with a raucous yell and his arms together and pulled back, Vegito readies himself right next to Yamoshi, ready to slam down once again, even harder than before. And this time, the strike is so hard and impactful, Yamoshi's eyes damn near pop out from the collision and just how blood-curdling his scream was. Sending him shooting off now down to the surface of the planet. At such speed, it almost appears as if he was doing it out of his own volition. But though in intense pain and still struggling to get a grip of himself, Yamoshi would remain consciousness, looking back in rage before...
I've had enough of this!
In a loud yell of irritation, Yamoshi would forcefully try to finally regain control of his velocity. Quickly turning his body and looking down now at the shining ball of energy chasing him. That would of course be Vegito.
Come to Papa, Yamoshi. This planet will be your grave.
As Vegito, with both arms out, would now make the final push at top speed to annihilate Yamoshi with one final blow.
What?
But unfortunately, with Yamoshi back in shape, things do not go to plan for the God Killer. As Yamoshi quickly then grabs onto the fist of Vegito and then yells,
"No, God Killer! It is you who will die here!"
Before then pulling down Vegito by his arm with force, as the God Killer reacts in confusion.
Wait! What are you doing?
Instead, mid-flight reversing Vegito's attack completely, using his own force against him, sending him careering right down to the surface of the planet uncontrollably. As soon as we look across the peaceful greenery of the planet, it is quickly interrupted by a massive crash landing, caused by none other than Vegito. As in a dense crater on the ground, incapacitated, the God Killer is found practically unmoving.
That wasn't good getting slammed with my body in this state. Damn it!
But even with his damage now severely amplified on his sore body, Vegito would make every effort to try and move his body back up.
Stay down, Saiyan!
But as he peers up, a horrifying sight of the legendary Saiyan approaches.
Time for payback, God Killer!
As suddenly in a flash, Yamoshi lands right on top of Vegito, his arms instantly swinging as the helplessly damaged from Kaioken God Killer can barely even defend himself. As suddenly in a vicious pummeling, Yamoshi would let rain down his fists, smashing Vegito across the face in all directions, as the God Killer could only just momentarily think,
No! No! I'm going to die here! If
I don't do something right now, I'm going to die! I am not dying here!
As suddenly, Vegito forcefully pushes away Yamoshi's fists with his aura alone. As with a demonic roar, Vegito powers up his Kaioken even further. This again! Leaving the third momentarily bemused as the raging red aura begins to light up his entire face. And as Vegito gets up, powering up to his seemingly endless limits, Yamoshi would be forced to jump back.
Kaioken times 2000!
And for good reason too, it seems, as immediately Vegito's aura begins to increase and envelop to unfathomable levels, creating a well of aura and energy that now dwarfs the third in comparison.
What has this Saiyan become?
Leaving Yamoshi with his hair blowing back from the force of Vegito's energy alone to just stand in awe at the red mass of energy before him, wondering now if he even is truly still fighting a mortal. But soon, even standing there in the presence of Vegito's power becomes too tall a task, as with a ferocious bump in energy, the third begins to be pushed back and off balance.
This is too much energy for one being! His body has to explode at this point, surely!
As with one eye open, struggling to keep himself straight, even the third begins to realize that whatever Vegito is doing, it is pushing the very limits of what is even possible. But as Vegito finally stops his power up, despite all the fears, still covered in disheveled veins, a sinister smirk is seen as Vegito lets out.
I thought I told you gods already. To stop underestimating us!
As Vegito then launches at Yamoshi with speed on behalf of all mortals with complete resentment, the very sound barrier around him creating a sonic boom as he moves.
How did he recover already?
Leaving Yamoshi to quickly then lift both his arms up in defense, hoping to brace himself before... Suddenly, just as Vegito reaches within touching distance, he immediately vanishes as if never there to begin with.
Where will he come from this time?
And Yamoshi, having remembered the last time Vegito attacked after vanishing, instantly becomes panicked, looking all over for a trace of the God Killer's presence.
There he is!
Until just as expected, Vegito appears once again just where Yamoshi had thought, ready to begin his attack. That is until Vegito once more vanishes, confusing Yamoshi to no end.
What?
And soon, he reappears behind Yamoshi once again, this time even further behind them.
What on Sadala?
But as Vegito reaches close, yet again he mysteriously vanishes. And at this point, it becomes clear that Yamoshi is just being played with, as he begins thinking, what is this fool doing? Could have caught me there. Does he think this is a game?
Does he think I'm a game? Come out!
And for a good minute at least,
Yamoshi would just remain in silence, waiting for the God Killer to appear, but he just never does. Vegito! Come out, you coward! If I don't see you in the next second, I'm going to destroy this entire universe!
You do nothing, weakling!
Before out of nowhere, with the signature Kaioken sound, Ultra Vegito would appear, slamming his fist right across Yamoshi's face, giving him exactly what he wanted, but in brutal fashion. Sending Yamoshi for a hard crash into what seems like a diamond-like structure in the distance. And on that final attack, it seems to be almost the last straw for the third, as he sits slumped with his head down, not able to do anything but mutter incoherent groans in pain.
What's wrong, Yamoshi? I thought you were the strongest Saiyan in history! What a joke!
While on the contrary, Vegito continues to power up forcefully, goading the third, while on the inside, we can see and sense that actually, the Kaioken is putting Vegito's body through a level of pain none of us could even imagine. While the seemingly completely beaten Yamoshi, now barely able to open his eyes and bleeding profusely, would look defeated in stance, thinking only to himself,
This guy, he's incredible. It's unbelievable even. He hasn't transformed an inch from when we started battling, yet his power now just won't stop growing. He's even exceeded mine. The power of a true Super Saiyan God. How could a mortal Saiyan go past one that attained godhood? How far have these Saiyans come since my time?
and soon, begrudgingly, Yamoshi would stand back up, wobbling from his damage still as he holds onto the mountain for some support, before letting out,
Well, if I'm going to go out, I'm going out on my feet. I'm going to die like a true Saiyan. As you wish, Yamoshi!
And instantly, as if having heard Yamoshi's final words, Vegito appears with instantaneous speed, right in front of Yamoshi with a roar, his arm already cocked back, ready to put the Saiyan God out of his misery once and for all.
What?
But suddenly, as Vegito rushes in one final time, something strikes him and stops him straight in his tracks. As quickly, we then see internally at Vegito's heart, and safe to say, it is pumping so hard and fast, it begins to almost look as if it is still until... Unbelievably, in a shock turn, the God Killer's beating heart suddenly explodes into a tsunami of flesh and blood all over the insides of Vegito. And with that, the eyes of the God Killer suddenly go blank. His momentum near stops, and not a sound more can be heard from him. Falling like a bag of rocks down to the ground before Yamoshi, as the third winces in confusion, even stepping back from the unexpected turn of events. Eventually leaving the lifeless and internally bleeding body of Vegito dead on the floor, as if frozen in time, not even reverting back to base form. For the first time, Vegito may be truly dead. And standing there now utterly curious over the dead body of the god killer was the near beaten Yamoshi, looking down as Vegito's body doesn't utter out as much as a single breath. Internally though, the battle damaged Yamoshi would begin asking himself, What just happened here? Did he have a delayed reaction to one of my attacks? This is so strange. And slowly, Yamoshi would then begin walking over to Vegito's corpse, and soon would bend down and place 2 fingers on the side of Vegito's neck, trying his best to sense any trace of a pulse, before looking down and saying, Well, what do you know? This fool is really dead. He is mortal, isn't he? Just like Earthlings, we Saiyans have a heart that pumps blood through our veins, and his has completely stopped. He's cold to the touch too. Before, when he begins to think deeper, he reminisces on exactly what he saw, continuing, Come to think of it, that power he displayed, that red aura, I knew that couldn't have been his true strength. It felt like he had summoned Lucifer himself. That kind of jump just can't be achieved without sacrifice. And I think this fool really paid the ultimate price just to try and beat me. How foolish, but typical of a Saiyan. Kaioken, was it? Sounds familiar. Before then looking down and contemplating more, saying, Is that not the technique that the lower Kais were taught to keep up with the supreme Kais? Their measly power levels needed those primitive multipliers. Don't tell me he somehow knew of it. How would a Saiyan from Earth know of any of that? Ridiculous. As behind Yamoshi, he begins visualizing a strange scene of a Kai training Vegito. Of course, not knowing of the story of King Kai and Goku. Come here, fool! And with that all done with, Yamoshi would then grab onto the lifeless shoulders of Vegito, before placing the body over his shoulder like a bag of loot. As when he turns to give one final word to his opponent, he would let out, Well, in the end, the famous God Killer has been defeated, and by another Saiyan no less. As expected, I remain the strongest Saiyan to have ever lived, and the only to have attained true godhood. I'm sorry, my brother, but your body will not know any rest in this universe. My orders are to bring you to the Grand Priest and Zeno. What they have in store for you, I do not know. But this is not personal. It's just business. Before then launching into the sky, presumably to begin travel to the Grand Priest. But just as he does so, immediately we are seen traveling quickly back into the body of Vegito, and back to his now deformed heart, which seems oddly a strange hue of pink, before beginning to move until... Just like that, Vegito's heart is somehow reformed, pink now in color and beating once more. Guess who's back? As the unthinkable happens, and Ultra Vegito is brought back to life completely of his own doing. Come here! Huh? What the? Immediately slipping off the third and quickly maneuvering to grab Yamoshi from behind with both arms locked, Raditz and Goku style, with the shocked god only able to look back as if having seen a ghost yelling, "What is this? Vegito? How are you alive this time? I saw it with my own eyes. I felt it! You should be dead!" But the giggling back Vegito cannot help but just respond ominously back, My, you members of the Five truly have such short memories, don't you? Don't you remember me telling you, I won't die here? As Vegito suddenly begins screaming at the top of his voice, as a noticeable concentration of power soon builds up within him. Huh? What are you doing? Are you trying to self-destruct, you damn fool? As suddenly, a wave of shock and panic washes over Yamoshi, as he soon realizes what exactly Vegito might have planned. How observant! But as Vegito's body now becomes a bright light source in itself, Yamoshi's worst fears are brought to life as Vegito, with a wide mouth, would continue yelling, I told you, I'm taking you down one way or another, even if it means blowing me into a million pieces. But unlucky for you, I can come back from that, but you can't! As suddenly Vegito begins ramping up his energy from within, glowing brighter and brighter to the point now even Yamoshi can barely be seen within the light until... No! You fool! And in one ginormous explosion mid-air, a perfect sphere of uncontrollable burning energy is created, destroying everything around it, reminding us all so much of Vegeta's last stand against Boo. And in the aftermath, just like that one moment in history, a massive crater of island-like proportions is left behind on the surface of the mystery planet. But from the cloud of ash and smoke in the air that would be left behind also, small pellets of an unknown material would begin raining down one by one. And on further inspection, these pellets appear to be blobs of pink goo, of course from Marge and Boo, moving and fidgeting until... suddenly, they would all begin moving together to convene as if each had a life of its own, slowly creating a larger and larger clump of pink material on the ground before... That's never going to feel right. Just like that, the God Killer is reborn once again, now immune to his own self-destruction, but practically now devoid of any energy also. And with his eyes almost beginning to close from the lack of power he has left, he comments, I did it. But it looks like even with the enhancements Jerome made, his little gadget can't keep up with the levels of energy and power I have now. I can barely just get up. I'll need another Senzu ASAP. And with that, Vegito does then raise his torso up with some struggle. Sitting with one knee up and resting his arm on it, he continues. But damn! It's a big loss for sure that I couldn't absorb him. That energy was unbelievable. I'd practically be twice as strong instantly. But if I didn't take him out with a self-destruction, I'd be done for right now. There's too much of a gap still between me and these new gods. I'll have to find another way to get stronger. There's no need, Vegito. I'm still here ripe for absorption. But as Vegito completely believes the defeat of Yamoshi, a voice from straight behind calls. No! Don't tell me!
Leading to Vegito in his weakened state to quickly turn around and...
Damn you!
As standing before him with his back turned to us is a familiar figure, which causes Vegito's fight or flight to be activated, instantly jumping back in fear. My, you're a jumpy one today, God Killer. As now with a frontal view, it is revealed to be Yamoshi once again, still in his true Super Saiyan God form, still in one piece, but also now with most of his armor destroyed from Vegito's last attack. As the third would then say, why the surprised look? As if that was really going to be how you took me down, Vegito. Exactly what clown world do you live in up there? You were already used up. That Kaioken you used earlier had zapped away anything you had within you. I could sense it instantly. Maybe if you were at full power, it would have got me. But as you were, that's done nothing but seal your fate even further. While meanwhile a trembling Vegito would just barely stand, not uttering a sentence, until finally looking down with a somber look as if defeated, thinking,
damn it, this mission of mine, it's just impossible. Every new level I reach, there still exists someone far beyond me. Yet even they are below those two midgets. There's just no way.
Before the callous Yamoshi, not caring for his opponent's change in emotions, would then raise his arm up, palm faced at Vegito as he lets out finally, it's just as Madara told you, Vegito. This flawed revenge plan of yours was never going to work. Well done for eliminating most of the destroyers. But this now is the end of the line. And I'm afraid of your abilities. I can't even afford to bring you back in one piece anymore.
Be gone!
Instantly then blasting out a concentrated ball of energy with speed, straight for the stood still God Killer. But Vegito, not even looking at the attack coming towards him, would just close his eyes in a forlorn state and say,
I guess it's true. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry for everything I did. I'm sorry, warrior.
As suddenly from out of Vegito's pocket, a strange button is pulled out, before immediately, at the last second, being pressed. But only nanoseconds later, Yamoshi's attack would land with absolutely no way for the God Killer to have moved out of the way in time. And as the smoke begins to rise, it's unclear if Vegito had even managed to survive, as not a sound can be heard over the bellows of the smoke.
Where am I?
As shockingly, out of nowhere, the purpose of the strange button is finally seen, with Jiren the Grey now finally summoned and back on the battlefield, just as we saw him in an earlier chapter, still bulked up to tremendous levels, surrounded in coils of black lightning, and one mysterious black horn protruding right out of his skull, while Vegito just remains eyes closed in the background, with a disappointed look as if he didn't want to do this.
Huh? Who the hell is that? A demon?
Of course, leaving Yamoshi in a state of confusion and shock
as a figure he had never seen before appears not only to save Vegito, but also withstands his attack without a morsel of a reaction. But regardless, Jiren, now realizing where he is and who has just summoned him, turns his head around and yells,
Vegito! I will kill you!
So our story continues with Vegito standing before the bulked up and angered looking Jiren, who he had just summoned, as the horned former Pride Trooper would just grunt out, "So, it was you, Vegito! Your life ends here!" But in response to this, Vegeta remains with his eyes closed, with an almost disappointed in himself and regretting look, as with his head down, he lets out, "Listen to me, Jiren. I know what you're feeling right now. I know you're angry. You may even hate me. You've been through more than what most could ever imagine. But just remember, the same exact thing happened to me. It was 10 years for me, maybe not as long as you've spent, but I was chained up while you were free to move. You need to see the good in this, because whatever you may be thinking, this was necessary for us to get rid of these gods." Before then opening his eyes with a smile and enthusiastically continuing, "Just look at you now, Jiren. You're a beast. Your power is on a whole new level. Just tell me, was this really that bad? With your ability, I honestly wish I could have kept you longer, but I need your help now." But suddenly, before the God Killer can even finish his encouraging line, Jiren, with full force, his teeth bared and full of rage, would slam a right hook right across the face of the unsuspecting base Vegito, as blood splatters all over, sending Vegito flying off with an incomparable speed towards the nearby surrounding rocky formations, smashing instantly through 3 different large mountains as if they were pieces of paper. Jiren! Finally only landing to crash flat on his back against the wall of the 4th diamond-like mountain, only muttering the name of his former friend as he does so. Huh? What the? Leaving Yamoshi beyond surprised as he witnesses the unexpected interaction, his eyes wide with confusion as he thinks, "What is going on here? I thought the God Killer summoned this creature, but he's turning on him? Maybe this thing isn't anything to do with Vegito after all." Before in deep thought, he ducks his head down and thinks in deep contemplation, trying to find a straw to cling to explain things, as he begins, "I must have been right. I could sense it instantly. That horn, that ungodly power. This is some kind of demon. But how? I already monitored the gates between realms earlier. Every weakling demon attempting to escape was handled as usual. Did I leave one behind? No, not one with this kind of strength." As behind the 3rd, we then see an insight into the demon realm, as the corpses of demons and other victims lay before the body of Yamoshi. But quickly, on finishing these contemplations, Yamoshi spreads out his arms and legs into some kind of fighting stance, ready to pounce as he continues, "Whatever the case, demon or not, This must be the worst possible moment to be having to deal with this. Thanks, Arj. Battling Vegito all this time with that nonsense Kaioken multiplier has drained me of almost all of my energy reserves. This is going to be war. Before a bleeding smirk then appears across the face of the third, as he ominously then says, "But I guess that is exactly the kind of challenge a true Saiyan strives of." Begone, you demon! As instantly Yamoshi's mannerism switches to attack mode as he begins rushing at the back-turned Jiren with full speed and velocity. Always keep watch of your surroundings, amateur! Slamming a fist right onto the soft back part of Jiren's head. But strangely, on impact, the cranium of Jiren doesn't seem to move at all. What? Leaving Yamoshi shell-shocked in the process, having never seen anyone tank his hit like this, let alone a random demon. What now? As the angered, covered in veins still Jiren would then slowly turn his head to Yamoshi inquiring, "And who are you? A friend of Son Goku?" "Stay out of this! He dies today!" Quickly then responding with a hard and impactful sidekick that's right into the abdomen of Yamoshi. Sending the heavily damaged and winded third flying backwards with speed. But just being able to hang on, unexpected of a member of the five, Yamoshi manages to sink his right hand into the ground and stop himself going any further as he skids across the ground backwards. What the hell is going on here? Leaving a bloodied and frustrated Yamoshi on the brink of exhaustion to angrily begin letting out, "No! No! This is no normal demon. This has to be close to Emperor level. But there is no way one of those could have got here by themselves. Zeno, the priest, or the fifth of the five, would have surely stepped in for that. This makes no sense. Not unless Lucifer has returned." But as Yamoshi in rage wonders how any of this is possible, Jiren, marveling at his own power, covered in black lightning running all around him, would look into his palm and concede, "I am no demon, but this power I have attained, this is truly something I could have never imagined even a god obtaining. It has been so long since I have even seen another living being, let alone attacked one. I didn't think this day would ever come. I wonder now if there even exists a being that could equal me in battle." Before almost in a schizophrenic change of personality, Jiren would turn back once again to Vegito's direction in pure disdain and yell out, "But no matter how much stronger I have gotten, it was gained by means that I did not want. The most horrific of methods, chosen by you, Son Goku. Many years ago, it was you who also nearly sealed the fate of my entire universe with your so-called tournament of power. And now you have chosen to waste the next 30 years of my life again. You fight to rid the gods who treat the lives of mortals as nothing. But you have done the same to mine. and you will pay the same price you have given them! This is the end, Son Goku! As Jiren then continues his assault on his true goal, rushing in at full power, still as angry as the second he came out. Within nanoseconds, breaking the distance between him and Vegito, as the God Killer remains in the distance, still slumped against the wall. And as the completely damaged and exhausted Vegito looks on, trying his best to brace himself for imminent beatdown, he can only let out, "Damn it! He won't listen to a word of reason! Is this really how I'm going to go out? Jiren, please!" What? What are you doing? Leaving Yamoshi in an embarrassed confusion, as with his teeth bared, he yells out, "You dare attack a god, and then turn your attention back to a mortal? Who do you think I am? Some kind of second course? I will not be taken lightly!" As in a rage, feeling jilted, Yamoshi would suddenly power up to a whole new level of power. Roaring to the very heavens he descends from, as even his armor and clothes begin to forcefully rip off in his insane aura. And Jiren, who midway through his rush to Vegito would even notice from the corner of his eye the sudden rise in power from behind. Eventually then leaving even Jiren in a state of surprise as the wind from the power blows hard on his flesh, and he notes, "What is this? This power? It feels divine. Who is this? It reminds me of..." As suddenly, Yamoshi, now topless, with much of his trousers and clothing missing now, would stand slightly slimmer than before, but with a raging, positively divine, red aura emanating from his every pore. Before lifting his hand up abruptly to point a finger straight at Jiren and command, "You. Now that I have your attention finally, how about you leave my prey alone and get your own? Or fight me for it. But before that, tell me who the hell you are. What is your name? And exactly what region of the demon realm did your scum existence escape from?" But unimpressed with the accusation, Jiren would stare back into the eyes of Yamoshi, now intrigued, and reply, "Demon, that is truly what you believe I am. After sensing the nature of that aura of yours, I would have thought you would know better to recognize your fellow god." Immediately, Jiren would then begin his own power-up of sorts, as his muscles begin flexing, and from the middle of his body, strange purple bright lights inexplicably begin lighting in a formation on his chest until... After all, I am still technically Universe 11's God of Destruction, Jiren. As stunningly, Jiren then stands tall in a whole new level of power of his own, with God of Destruction symbols draped on his chest, as he enters some type of complete Hakaishin form. A God of Destruction! Leaving Yamoshi taken back as he stands before the new Jiren. This cannot be! And the shell-shock and confusion continues long after, as Yamoshi, almost stepping back in bewilderment, continues. There is no way a simple destroyer in these universes would have this kind of power. Don't try and deceive me, demon. That horn, if not a demon, it at the very least looks near identical to the God Killers. But Jiren, hearing this, in an annoyed fashion, would then grab onto the horn himself, looking at it as he lets out, even I don't even know where this came from. I got it shortly after I was trapped in the Pyramid of Power by that animal. As my rage, anger and power grew, so too did this. That's all I know, but I hardly care for it. What? This explanation leaving Yamoshi in a surprised state as he tries to take in Jiren's words, before muttering, a demon horn activated on a god? Rage and anger. Nonsense! That is not how those demonic features form. Not unless... Before suddenly, an anger washes over Yamoshi, as with a screw face and cold look, he says, in that case, tell me, Destroyer, exactly where is your predecessor? What did you do to him? As an at peace and calm Jiren would unflinchingly just reply, former god of destruction Belmod? Well, that is a question I can answer easily. He is gone, erased from existence, for crimes against the entire family of a young child. For crimes against me. It was I who killed him. As in the background, we see a flashback to the exact moment in a previous chapter Jiren learned the truth of his past and Belmont, and took his sweet revenge. I knew it! As instantly in a flush of rage, Yamoshi's aura would flux once more, as he powers up angrily, letting out, I knew it. I knew that you were a god killer too! A demon in waiting, forming itself in the living realm. This explains everything. As in a slightly calmer state, Yamoshi would then begin expounding. That horn is no accident at all, Jiren the Grey. Demons, those who commit sins too great to even just be sent to hell. Those who commit cardinal sins that go against the very law of Zeno. The biggest of which is the murder of a god. Both you and Vegito are one in the same. God killers that are forever now destined to enter the demon realm for eternity once you die. That horn and his are simply physical representations of the change already taking place. And let this go long enough, and you will become a full demon existing in the realm of mortals. Something I cannot, and neither will any of the five allow any more. Today, not just Vegito, but you too will die. As behind Yamoshi, after this shocking revelation, an image of both Vegito and Jiren down in the demon realm appears as if a premonition of the future. But even with this plot-defining reveal, Jiren remains as emotionless and steadfast as always, instead staring back and just replying simply, God killers, demons. Call me whatever you would like. None of this matters to me anymore. Belmont deserved to die, and so too does anyone else who crosses me. This horn means nothing to me, but if its existence means you will now challenge me, then I welcome it, warrior. I will not stand down from any challenge, though I warn you, after what I've been through, I would not push me. And for a moment, the two would then stand tensely before each other, in complete silence, as each wait for the other to make the first move before... Enough with the tough talk! I've slaughtered more than enough of your kind to know that you're nothing! As with a crazed look and covered in his red aura, Yamoshi would launch at Jiren with his arm already cocked back. And this time, Jiren is forced to grab onto and stop the punch rather than just tank it. And though at first it appears as the cold Jiren is unaffected, the force of the punch is then soon apparent, as Jiren is then forced to jump back in tandem with Yamoshi from the shockwave. As the two then stand facing each other with two begrudging looks, one closed-mouthed and focused, while the other is practically foaming from the mouth with anger and battle lust. Come back here! With Yamoshi not ceasing his attack, jumping quickly to Jiren once again, as the second God Killer just stands still, watching fearlessly until... Silence! Suddenly then lifting his palm into the air, as if lifting the weight of the world, as his body flexes as he does so. As from the ground, right before Yamoshi reaches Jiren, a burst of pure flames and intense magma rises from the ground Moro style, taking the third by surprise, as he no longer can even stop his momentum in time. How meaningless! But regardless, with his newfound power, he easily and brazenly smashes through the intense heat despite the burns and continues rushing right to a surprise Jiren. But as Jiren attempts to counter Yamoshi's rush in with a punch, at the very last second with expert precision, Yamoshi ducks right under, commenting, "Too slow, destroyer." Surprising Jiren, who briefly thinks, his speed. And Yamoshi, yet again, who appears to be reading thoughts, comments with a confident smirk, "It's not just my speed you should be worrying about, youngster." As within his palm, wrapped around Jiren's arm, with a perfect, indefensible line to the Pride Trooper, a ball of concentrated energy forms. Not bad! Leaving Jiren to immediately flex all his muscles, with veins popping all over as he readies his body for impact. And just like as expected, a humongous point-blank explosion is seen as the ki beam explodes directly on Jiren. And in the silence, a proud Yamoshi just stands firmly before the wall of smoke before him. Left giggling as he lets out, "Not so cocky now, are you, destroyer? In the end, you were just yet another baby demon that is way out of his depth." But just as an air of confidence builds within the third, suddenly, from out of the smoke before him, a muscular arm that could only belong to one warrior shoots out, palm open, ready to grab onto Yamoshi. I'm not sure I'm the one here who is out of his depth, warrior. As suddenly standing there as the smoke dissipates totally is Jiren, with his palm outreached as if ready now to blow up Yamoshi with his own kibi. But just when Jiren's next move seems predictable, from out of nowhere, a clone of Jiren appears ready to attack from behind. Damn it! I'm surrounded! As suddenly, the gravity of Yamoshi's precarious situation then becomes extremely evident, with Yamoshi realizing, as the Jiren from behind attacks, physically, another is ready to blast him into the ground in front. But as the Jiren from behind slams his fist into the ground, missing Yamoshi by nanoseconds, the third quickly vanishes. Surrounded, but not quite. Appearing again, now in the air above both clones. I don't know what you're laughing about, but you're right where I want you! Instantly then being followed up by the second Jiren, who blasts off a powerful ball of Hakai straight at Yamoshi just as he appears, as if this was all planned out from the beginning. And before he knows it, the third is faced with a quickly growing in size ball of destruction that is ready to erase him. But as the energy and brightness of the ball begins to even light up Yamoshi's face as it reaches closer and closer, Yamoshi forcefully then grabs the destruction ball with both arms as it burns the very flesh of his skin before. Don't underestimate me! Launching his hands into the air with the ball in tandem as he stares into the sky. And just like that, crisis is averted as Yamoshi launches the ball of destruction into the air and into the depths of space. Looking down now with full smugness, as with a big grin, he lets out patronizingly. Good try, demon. Not every day one of your kind can utilize destruction. But when it's that weak, is there even any point? Leaving an unimpressed Jiren to just grumble under his breath in the aftermath. But meanwhile, as the two titans battle it out, Vegito remains injured and near out of energy, back on the ground attempting to recover. But soon, he can't help but notice the massive battle unfolding before Jiren and the third, with seemingly nothing the Pride Trooper doing being able to one-up Yamoshi. As when Vegito begins standing up once more, he begins thinking, Jiren, he really has gotten so much stronger. A genius with talent that far surpasses Kakarot or Vegeta. I always knew, with the right amount of training, he would become a monster. But even like this, that freak Yamoshi is still too much, I fear. Before his teeth now beginning to bare in frustration, Vegito would continue. I need to help, but I need to recover my energy first. I could go try and get another Senzu from a different timeline, but every second counts in this battle. I can't leave Jiren alone. if I came back too late and something happened to him, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself. I need to figure out another way. I wish I knew how to use all of Boo's or Whis' staff's abilities. But as Vegito ponders on his next move, the battle between Yamoshi and Jiren inevitably continues, as suddenly Yamoshi begins powering up in his palm, a ball of energy of his own, yelling, "Allow me to show a fake god as yourself a true energy attack!" As an annoyed Jiren would ominously just comment, "This is beginning to bore me." As immediately, Jiren surrounds himself in his own signature red aura, tightening his body and skyrocketing his power briefly. Yeah! Divine Arrow! Just as Yamoshi then launches his attack, which within a flash already reaches face first with the former destroyer. You must be joking! As incredibly, despite Yamoshi's claims, with just one forceful punch, Jiren obliterates the energy attack, sending multiple shards of energy to spread out and separate on collision and shoot past the Pride Trooper. In the aftermath, causing multiple explosions right behind Jiren for devastating effect. But watching on, Vegito suddenly notices something, commenting, "Jiren, you're keeping up, but that energy..." After which the former destroyer will then shoot up into the sky after Yamoshi, ready to finish things. So, you're not as pathetic as I once thought. While Yamoshi, unbothered, would just power up yet another more powerful ball of energy, yelling, "Well, let's see you handle something a little more harsh! Bring it on!" But unfazed, Jiren with his fiery fist outstretched would continue his unflinching flight. And for good reason, as no matter how much energy Yamoshi tosses at Jiren, with just his fist alone, Jiren manages to smash through the key beam like butter. As yet again, the energy beam snaps into 5 different beams of energy that fall to the ground like bombs. But this time, these energy beams are in full view and accessible to Vegito. Who immediately then begins giggling as a smirk appears while he thinks, "Yes, this is it! This is my chance to tag back in!" As Vegito then quickly removes the glove from his left hand and... "Come to Papa!" And Vegito finally once again reveals his signature energy absorption device in his palm that was implanted by Dr. Gero himself, his arms already cocked back to do the unthinkable. Launching quickly with speed, using what's left of his stamina to rush right into the firing line of the still falling shards of energy before... That's it! Perfect! It may not be much, but it will be enough! As immediately, all 5 energy beams are attracted towards Vegito's energy absorption bead like magnets, as each and every one is absorbed completely. You gotta do better than that! As Jiren then finally reaches Yamoshi and slams a fist that is just barely blocked by the cocky Yamoshi until... But it's not long before the forced confidence is broken apart, and Jiren lands a blow in the gut of Yamoshi and then follows up with a hard hook right across the face of Yamoshi too. And as Yamoshi stumbles back, with his eyes barely open from the pain, he would begin muttering, This is absurd. How am I being beaten by a mere destroyer? Demon or not, this cannot be. Each of these attacks is doing far too much damage. Maybe it's just the effects of having fought that clown Vegito earlier, but I cannot allow another hit. But as Yamoshi stands facing Jiren, an impatient Jiren with his back to us would inquire, What's wrong, warrior? Have you given up? And just like that, as if almost conceding to what Jiren had requested, Yamoshi inexplicably reverts back to base form. What? Yamoshi! Leaving both Jiren and Vegito perplexed by his actions and possible motives, with Vegito thinking, What's happening? He's gone back to base, but for what reason? He's as Saiyan as they come. There's no way his pride would allow him to give up like this. But meanwhile, Yamoshi would just remain silent, not uttering a word until... Suddenly, his hair shoots up as if transforming once again... before his head then cocks back, and what's visible of his hair seems to have turned mysteriously from black to white. And finally, in a shock turn of events, Yamoshi, the first Super Saiyan God, reveals himself now in his mastered Ultra Instinct form, white hair and all, commenting, If having to avoid your attacks is what is needed now, young Jiren, then this form will be more than enough. But curiously, as Jiren watches on, a nostalgic smile appears on his face as he thinks, so, he too can use that form. This certainly brings back memories of him. Referring back, of course, to the first time he fought Son Goku in his Ultra Instinct form. What? But in a stark contrast, Vegito instead is left gobsmacked as he lets out, He could have used Ultra Instinct against me this whole time? Just how much was he holding back against me? Damn it, I need to do something now before it's too late! But just before he makes his move, Vegito pauses and contemplates. I've only got a bit of my energy back, but blue should be enough to back up Jiren. If he attacks from one side and I attack from the other, we should be able to counter Ultra Instinct. And just like that, immediately Vegito does then transform into his Super Saiyan Blue state. Don't worry, Jiren, I've got your back! Instantly then rushing in, as Yamoshi turns to the God Killer and remains motionless as if not bothered in the slightest. But Jiren meanwhile takes notice too, but does not seem as unbothered, thinking, Son Goku. Before instantly appearing right beside a shocked Vegito who asks, Jiren, what are you? Before once again, with no hesitation, slamming his fist into the ribs of Vegito with true intensity, screaming as he does so, You are not my ally, Son Goku, so stay out of my business and wait your turn! Sending the brutally damaged Vegito flying off once more, and again crashing back into a mountain like an unwanted doll. Huh? surprising Yamoshi as he realizes now he won't be having to deal with 2 god killers after all, especially now as Jiren is preoccupied with his back turned, thinking, I have no idea what's going on between those 2, but if he wants to make this easier for me, then be my guest. Immediately then shooting from the spot with a confident smile, now clad and covered in his MUI aura. Ha! Looks like I'll be getting you from behind once again, friend! Commenting as he quickly approaches from behind. But with Jiren's senses and reactions, this time he notices instantly, and his frustrations and veins begin to bubble up until... Enough games! With a roar, Jiren yells to the sky and... Jiren finally begins yet another power-up, with his back still turned to the 3rd, but the force of his power alone enough to stop Yamoshi in his tracks. As Jiren's power begins to soar, so too does his fiery red aura begin to swell to new heights. Eventually beginning now to even dwarf him in size as Yamoshi begins to be pushed back. Closing one of his eyes and bringing both arms up now to cover himself from the pushback of the wind itself, Yamoshi just thinks to himself, what's going on here? How is his power suddenly rising like this? Is this Kaioken again? What? But before Yamoshi can even spend a second more wondering what kind of transformation Jiren is undergoing, everything is cut short as the true nature of Jiren's unreal speed is revealed, appearing instantaneously before the 3rd with his palm already engaged to... In one vicious fell swoop, Yamoshi is grabbed by his face. With so much force, the 3rd is almost briefly knocked unconscious. And violently, with unimaginable strength, Jiren bends Yamoshi's back completely to slam his bare skull right down onto the hard surface of the planet for a gigantic smash. And in the aftermath, as Jiren removes his hand in silence, not even the sound of agonizing pain can be heard due to the ferocity. As Yamoshi is then seen, back in base, one eye barely open and quickly fading, as in his last moments, the legendary Saiyan mutters, his speed, it beat Ultra Instinct. And Jiren, as if now providing one obligatory final word, would then just reply, that form may have took me by surprise at one point in my life, but not anymore. Power is everything. Attaboy! As an almost equally beaten Vegito, who holds himself up now onto a rock, smiles knowing the 3rd is finally finished, and lets out, Jiren, you absolute monster! You did it! You really beat him! Me and you will save everyone after all. But unbelievably, with the same unimaginable speed and power, Jiren then appears, thrusting his fist straight into the body of the completely vulnerable Vegito, splashing blood and guts all over his arm. As with nothing short of a serious and deadly frank stare, he then finally says, yes, I will save everyone from you, Son Goku! So our story continues with the shocking turn of events that we were left with last chapter, as a positively maimed and dripping with warm blood Vegito remains standing with Jiren's entire fist still launched into his body. As he watches on at his former friend with barely one eye open, he coughs.
Jiren! No. Why?
While a still unrelentingly angry and steadfast Jiren would just look coldly back and reply,
You truly feel you even need to ask that, Son Goku? You know exactly why. And you deserve every second of this.
As violently, Jiren would then proceed to rip out his arm completely from within Vegito's body, without a hint of compassion. Leaving the bloodied mess of Vegito to just stumble back on the verge of collapsing from the sheer blood loss alone. Suddenly though, the palm of Jiren crashes onto Vegito's surprised face, muffling his mouth as he attempts to yell, just as Jiren did before he disposed of Yamoshi.
Get out of my sight!
With a tough push, then tossing the helpless Godkiller by the face straight down to the ground. As Jiren frankly then lets out, Lay down right there. This place shall be your grave. Leading to Vegito skidding across the floor in agony by his bare skin, as blood stains the ground in a straight line.
Damn you, Jiren!
Leaving Vegito now in unbearable pain as blood continues to forcefully spurt out of his mouth, and he can no longer even meet his eyes with the former Pride Trooper. But meanwhile, Jiren would power up an intense aura around his body and begin walking slowly towards his victim, holding his palm in the air as he looks into its center and declares, Son Goku, your time has come, warrior. Your sins will finally be paid. Something you've made me wait 3 decades for. You, just like Belmont, stole so many years of my life without a thought about my wishes, only to further your own selfish needs. But at least with him, in that lie he told me, I got to spend my days in the outside world, in freedom. Yet you made me live in a true version of hell, somewhere you knew I could even die. And just for that, just like him, you too will disappear from this realm for eternity. And as Jiren would walk towards Vegito, it would seem not only his rage was building, but his aura too with it, growing deeper and deeper in red as he approaches. The now panicked and truly defeated Vegito, though, at this point would only be able to look on, not even able to crawl his back any further backwards as he grumbles,
Jiren, think about this. I did this for the greater good. I'm sorry, but please, just listen to me. Understand that I did this to stop another Belmont from ever doing something like what he did to you again. Like what he did to me. Please. Silence! I am done with your manipulation!
But instantly, Jiren's rage would explode verbally, as his veins begin pumping on his skull and he would let out a yell that immediately brings the battlefield to a standstill. as Vegito, now well and truly quietened, would almost accept his fate now and his incoming punishment, as he would concede mentally,
It's no use with this guy. Jiren. All he knows now is rage and revenge. Just like me. I'm trying to talk to and convince him as if he knows me, like I'm an old friend. But the truth is, he doesn't know me at all. He knows Goku, not Vegito.
But as Vegito readies for his eventual destruction, suddenly our view rushes towards the center of Vegito's mind and very soul.
Damn it!
As suddenly we then see the unexpected face of none other than Vegeta, panicked and angry as he becomes aware of what is happening outside and yells out,
It's over! We're all going to die in here, and there's nothing we can do about it, Kakarot!
Before we then see a flustered Goku too, beat up and with torn clothing as if having been training this whole time. Before with gritted teeth, he mumbles back in disbelief, No, Jiren! He wouldn't. Why? What is going on out there, Vegeta? While an unimpressed Goku Black would hunch his head down with his hand on his hip and question, What do you mean, what's going on out there? Mortal, exactly how stupid are you? Is this Vegito freak not just you fused with that other Saiyan? How can you not be aware of your own actions? Well... To which comedically an embarrassed Goku would suddenly place his hand behind his head and explain quietly, I guess I've been a little busy. I've been training to get stronger. That new guy who came in doesn't say much, but he's really powerful. I didn't really think I'd need to be wondering what Vegeta would be doing too. I guess I just thought he'd do what Vegeta and I would do. As behind Goku, a comedically battered and bruised demon is seen. The same one Vegito absorbed after breaking it free from Guts' sword. But in a stark contrast to Goku's unserious explanation, shockingly, the new Majin Buu that Vegito also absorbed is seen finally too. As stoic as ever, the magical pink creature would just sit with a hint of frustration letting out, Idiots. You are all idiots! The lot of you. I, for one, am glad this Jiren figure outside is finally going to erase us all in here. I've tried my best to enjoy some peace and quiet for weeks now. And all I can hear are you all fighting like animals. I'd rather be put back to sleep now than have to deal with you four any longer. But Goku, disregarding anything that Buu just said, turns back to Vegeta in a rush and yells, Come on, Vegeta! There's gotta be something we can do! How do we make Vegito talk to him? I feel like you haven't said a thing to me about what we've been doing for months. Have you been making all the decisions without me or something?
If only, Kakarot.
Leaving a stern Vegeta to just look to Goku with a sense of silence before walking past his fellow Saiyan and explaining,
No, clown. I haven't been the one making decisions here, and neither have you for months now. I'm afraid Vegito has become his own person, Kakarot. That yell he gave us before was no one-off. He's been doing just whatever he wanted, getting revenge for us, but in any way possible. Vegito right now seems to be the embodiment
of all the darkness and anger that remains in our hearts after what was done to our loved ones. And it seems Jiren too was caught in the crossfire of whatever plans Vegito had. He locked him in a room similar to the hyperbolic time chamber for 30 years.
What? 30 years? That's worse than even what the gods made us do. We did that? No. How could Vegeta be his own person? How does that even work, Vegeta?
Kakarot, stop being a fool and look around you!
Immediately causing Vegeta to throw his finger towards pointing at the other remaining 3 figures inside Vegito's mind, as he continues.
What do you mean, how does this work? This is just the reality, Kakarot. Have you not wondered even for a second how these things ended up in here with us? That pink blob over there is supposed to be Boo. His whole body and appearance altered because of what Vegito had been doing with the time rings. And Black? You really think either of us would want him in here? You've just spent this whole time either sat like a buffoon, not worrying at all, or fighting that strange demonic creature over there. Even I don't even know how he got here. You, just like me, let this happen. We turned a blind eye to Vegito's actions, and now things have gone too far.
But meanwhile, back on the outside, the God Killer continues his futile attempt to stop his end, as he looks back at Jiren and whispers,
Jiren, this isn't about me and you. This is about the multiverse, the future of all of us mortals.
But an unyielding Jiren regardless would just clap back.
Yes, warrior. This is for the sake of the multiverse. I will save them all from you. You are not the man I once thought you were. You are no Son Goku. You are Vegito, the God Killer. And the day you met me is the day I too became one. And if I exist, then you no longer need to. I alone will maintain peace between the gods and mortals of this realm from now on. I will do it my way, and grow stronger my own way also, without putting anyone through the torture and pain both you and Belmod subjected me to.
While standing right above and top down on Vegito, Jiren would outstretch his palm yelling,
"This is goodbye, warrior!"
As the panicked Vegito would just finally yell back out,
"No! Jiren, stop! Hakai!"
But alas, the yells of regret are lost as Jiren the Grey, former god of destruction of Universe 11, utters the words of pure and complete erasure.
It's over.
And on the inside in that split second, even Vegeta now gives up, folding his arms and closing his eyes, readying himself as he just explains to the rest.
This is the end of the line. Even with the time rings, they won't do much here. Vegito can barely even move a muscle in his body. That Kaioken really did mess up everything, Kakarot. No! No!
But as Vegeta gives up, a frustration and defiance builds up within Goku instead,
as gritting his teeth together and clenching his fists, the Saiyan would then yell out, "No! Jiren can't do this to us! He can't do this to our families! He wouldn't!" Jiren! Before suddenly out of the blue, or should I say yellow, Goku transforms into his Super Saiyan 2 form with blue lightning sparking all over. Piquing Vegeta's interest as the light causes him to open his eyes and wonder. "Kakarot, what are you trying to do? You can't just power up and win this one, my friend." Just you wait and see, Vegeta! As despite the prince's words, Goku would continue to power up this time to Super Saiyan Blue. This time confusing Black as he questions, "Now what is that mortal doing now? Is he trying to fit in one last fight before our erasure?" But in spite of the questions, Goku's power continues to grow from strength to strength. As now, like a spectacle in the middle of a crowd, all the rest of the trapped warriors inside watch as Goku continues to change until... "I'm not letting you do this, Jiren!" As shockingly, Goku suddenly then transforms into his own Ultra form, combining Ultra Instinct with Ultra Ego, his hair now becoming a mixture of silvery white and dark purple, as his eyebrows disappear and become a near spitting image of Ultra Vegito. Shocking Majin Buu at first, who can't help but have PTSD citing, That power, it's the same as the guy from before! No, not again! Kakarot! But of course, of all the four remaining, is of course Vegeta the most bewildered and shell-shocked as he just barely mutters, Kakarot? What on earth? When did you achieve that form too? Never mind, I'll tell you later. Right now, I'm going to stop Jiren! Before unbelievably placing his 2 fingers on his forehead, ready for instant transmission, and incredibly, actually begins to then vanish before the eyes of everyone. Kakarot! What? Mortal? You could do that? As all of the rest are left open-mouthed at the sudden and completely unexpected turn of events from our hero, Son Goku. Jiren! Stop. For me. Please, my friend. And suddenly in the real world, outside, Son Goku appears outside of Vegito, grabbing Jiren's forearm and stopping his Hakai. Son Goku! Of course, instantly sending Jiren into a frenzy of nostalgia, emotion, and incredulity, as the Horned Warrior turns his head and stares in silence for a moment, before just whispering, "Is that really you? What? Kakarot?" But on the ground, the once so weak he could barely talk or open his eyes, suddenly, Vegito bursts open both of his eyes as his heart beats faster and faster, and he yells, How? Did I do this somehow? What's going on here? But Goku, not worrying at all about Vegito's reaction, would just focus his attention on Jiren, staring at him in the eyes with the kind of warm and welcoming smile we'd expect from Goku, as he says softly, "Yeah, It's me, Jiren. Long time no see, my friend. But I haven't got much time left, I don't think. Just please, forgive me. Please, forgive him for what he did. I didn't want this, and neither did Vegeta. We don't really know what's going on, but we do know if you kill Vegito, we'll die too. And all of this would have been for nothing. We'll do better by you in the future. I promise, my friend. But before Goku can even finish his final line calling Jiren his friend once more, the Saiyan warrior, who had no right being in the outside world, suddenly then vanishes back as if by force and not by choice. And for a good few moments, both Vegito and Jiren would remain in a stunned silence and awe, trying their best to verify what had just happened and if it was even real. What decision will the two make now that Son Goku has entered the picture? But back within the confines of Vegito, as expected, Goku eventually returns, much to the surprise of Vegeta. And immediately then proceeds to revert back to base with a pleased smile, as if he knew he'd accomplished something, letting out, "Now, it's all up to you, Jiren. It was good to see you again, my friend."
Kakarot!
But still reeling with shock and fascination, Vegeta would yell out to Goku,
What the hell did you just do? You escaped Vegito? How in the world could you always do that?
But Goku in response would just laugh distantly and look to the sky saying back, "I don't really know Vegeta, to be honest. I never thought about trying it till now, and it really shouldn't have worked. But I feel like in another life I've used instant transmission to do something similar before." As inexplicably behind Goku, a callback to when an alternate Goku used instant transmission to move from heaven to the living world to save Gohan from Bojack then appears.
Kakarot!
Back on the outside though, Vegito still remains as confused as ever, beginning to wonder,
What just happened there? Kakarot escaped my body. That was really him. But my energy stayed the same. I didn't defuse. What does that mean?
while Jiren just remains still, completely silent and in deep thought himself as he stands over Vegito, not uttering a word.
Jiren!
But eventually, Vegito, snapping out of his shock, would then begin lifting up his torso, addressing the former god and asking,
Jiren, what now? I know that must have been confusing for you. It's confusing for me too. But are you going to go through with this after everything the gods have done? Or do you want to join me and protect every mortal that exists together?
But immediately as Jiren hears these words, rage fills him once more, as with an angered yell he shouts,
No! No! Never! Damn you, Son Goku!
quickly swiping his arm unexpectedly before yelling,
This is all your fault, Son Goku!
immediately blasting off an incomparably strong beam of energy right near Vegito, its size making the God Killer appear as a mere toddler before it. Revealed soon after to have missed Vegito by the shortest of nanometers, as the God Killer cannot help but marvel at its power and comments,
That energy, it's unreal.
He still had all of that left in the tank after Yamoshi!
And in its aftermath, nothing but destruction is left in front of Jiren and beside Vegito, as a giant crater spanning the length of half the planet is then seen.
Jiren!
Leaving the weakened Vegito to just watch on now, wondering what this all even means. Does this mean Jiren is on his side again, or not? But immediately, without any more to be said, or to answer any more questions left on the table, Jiren begins walking forward, immediately leaving Vegito behind.
Huh? Hey, wait!
But regardless of Vegito's quiet call-out, Jiren would continue his walk forward. So fast, eventually he has now left the God Killer completely in the dust, and now far off in the distance.
Wait!
But now realizing his key to defeating all the gods is disappearing without a word before him, with the last of his remaining strength, he calls out to him,
Jiren, don't just leave! What is the meaning of all this? You left me alive. Does that mean you're going to help? No!
But quickly, Jiren yells out in dismissiveness, turning his head back finally to look at Vegito in the eye and say,
I no longer want to be a part of any of this. No part of your life, and no part of your death either. I want nothing to do with you and your damn revenge. Vegito, your vengeance against the gods is your battle. Mine was just against Belmod, and he is gone. At one point I would have joined you, but not now. I will let you battle on in vain and die a worse death by their hands. And you can thank Son Goku for that. But if he's listening in there, just know, carrying on within this creature will be the death of you, warrior. Escape while you still can.
before immediately then shooting straight off into the sky with speed, within nanoseconds, no longer even being visible. And the wounded Vegito, with a disappointed look, would then be left all alone, sitting on his backside, just watching on as his once considered future partner now escapes into thin air. As he thinks,
damn it! I went too far with him. Jiren, I didn't mean to. And now he wants nothing to do with me. What a waste. That power he had, there's no doubt about it. He would have been useful against those two. He really saved my butt this time, and that was just against Yamoshi. This may turn out to be more of a loss than I'll ever realize.
And as Vegito's back straightens up, he contemplates further.
It even looked like near the end, Jiren even surpassed Yamoshi. Both of them made me look like a chump. I can't let something like that happen again. Or the next time I fight one of these freaks, it'll be the end of me. Talking of freaks.
Eventually noticing in the distance the resting place and location of the defeated third. And as we look on at him, indeed Yamoshi remains, eyes closed, presumably unconscious and completely beaten.
Alright, time for dinner, I guess.
As Vegeta would then forcefully, with a struggle, get up to his feet, before proceeding to slowly walk over to Yamoshi in the distance.
That took a while.
And after a few minutes, Vegito, still heavily bleeding, would eventually reach just before Yamoshi. Looking down, trying not to lose consciousness, and letting out patronizingly,
Jiren. Damn. Jiren really did a number on you, didn't he? It only took him one move once he got angered. So much for being the strongest Saiyan in history. What did you say?
But suddenly, like a bat out of hell and a zombie returning to life, Yamoshi's peaceful sleep is cut short as he suddenly opens one eye and screams out to Vegito. Quickly even managing to raise his torso to look up at the God Killer and continuing, You have no right to look down on me. You're a disappointment. Hardly even a Saiyan. You couldn't beat me on your own. You needed the help of that thing. That demon. As far as I'm concerned, whether I die here or not by your hand, I will always remain the strongest Saiyan that ever lived. While you will remain a coward. So do what you must. Kill me, erase me, I couldn't care less. And hearing this, the beaten and damaged Vegito would appear annoyed at first, but then surprisingly would let out, You're right, Yamoshi. You're stronger than me. Far stronger. You are the strongest Saiyan that ever lived, and I can attest to that. But you must be crazy if you think I'm letting you die here. That kind of power is not going to waste, my friend. You're not the same as the other two members of the strongest. For one, you're a Saiyan. It's like you said, I'm a direct descendant of you. And that just means you're going to fit right in with Kakarot and Vegeta. Huh? Before Vegeta would then suddenly summon his angel staff, before quickly zapping out two familiar black earrings too. What? Those are... Shocking Yamoshi momentarily as he realizes instantly what Vegito is conjuring up as he finishes, Angel Grade Potara! No! No, you're not! Before just like that, Vegito would move swiftly to stamp his foot on Yamoshi's chest, as if now the adrenaline of gaining this newfound power from Yamoshi had given him a much needed burst of energy. As a grumbling Yamoshi, still in pain, would say, Vegito! You either kill me here and give me a Saiyan's death, or nothing! You think I'm becoming a part of you? Then you can think again! You are not worthy. You are not even a Saiyan in my eyes anymore. A weakling. Take my energy and kill me. But I will not be held prisoner inside of you! But with speed, Vegito would duck his head down to look Yamoshi in the face, before ominously saying, You'll do whatever I want you to do, God. In this state, I don't think you have the leverage to suggest any different. Normally, I would just take your energy. But for the so-called strongest Saiyan in history, with knowledge of the Saiyan forms and abilities that surpass even mine, I'm afraid things will have to go a little different. Now hold still. As Vegito would then slowly clip on an earring onto himself and the other onto Yamoshi, who mutters out, No! before screaming out one final time, but of course, it all just being futile. As soon both Vegito and Yamoshi would begin glowing in a bright light, and eventually lost completely within it, nothing short of a mesmerizing fusion takes place. And in the aftermath, one figure remains. One figure we all know, back in completely perfectly undamaged clothing, surrounded in a more raucous black lightning than usual, even while in base. Finally, the face of Vegito the God Killer is then seen, smirking smugly, but strangely, only one side of his face is visible to us. But despite this, immediately, we are back with Yamoshi, his face seemingly completely healed too, as he appears to wake up suddenly from a sleep. Quickly, Yamoshi would then begin looking around, surrounded only by white nothingness, as if in the hyperbolic time chamber. And with his clothes all back intact, he'd let out, Where the hell am I? This isn't Otherworld. Did he actually erase me in the end? Whoa! But from afar, it's finally revealed where Yamoshi had indeed arrived, as both Vegeta and Goku then notice him from afar. Vegeta, with a puzzled look, would then comment,
What now? Isn't that the warrior Vegito was just fighting?
While Goku similarly wonders, I don't know, but he doesn't look too happy to be here. And soon, Yamoshi would notice them back too. And additionally, not just Goku and Vegeta, but Black, Boo and the demon in there as well. Leading to Yamoshi at first quietly thinking to himself, wait a second here. 2 Saiyans, a pink creature, and a demon. No. Vegito! You animal! You didn't! He fused with me by force! As a rage then builds up within the ashamed third until... Suddenly, in a fit of rage, he would power up to his full power, true Super Saiyan God form, screaming out, How dare he! If you think you can keep a god of my caliber trapped in here, then you're in for a shock, Vegito! I'll destroy you from the inside! And as Yamoshi's power rules uncontrollably, Goku and Vegeta, even from far away, are forced to cover themselves from the sheer force created. But soon, the power-up is cut short, when Yamoshi then points his finger at Goku and Vegeta, commenting, You two! I can tell from your looks alone, you're the 2 Saiyans responsible for all of this. The 2 Saiyans that made up the God Killer. You're as guilty as him. And for that, you will be exterminated first! Instantly then rushing towards the defenseless Goku and Vegeta with the unfathomable speed meant only to deal with Vegito. Kakarot, get ready! You don't need to tell me, Vegeta. Be careful! As immediately in response, the 2 Saiyans from Earth braced themselves in battle stance, doing their best to defend in time. But shockingly, out of nowhere, the unthinkable appears before Goku and Vegeta to protect them and stop Yamoshi's full power punch with just one finger. As Vegito appears at the very last second, before saying with a smirk,
Unfortunately, Yamoshi, you'll be doing nothing as you're a part of me now. Now settle down before the new, strongest Saiyan in history!
Leaving the third not only shell-shocked with his sudden appearance, but also with a look of PTSD as he mutters back, "You! How? That mark on your cheek! No! No!"
What?
Vegito?
Mortal? Not him again!
And so our story begins where we left off last, with Vegito having just shockingly appeared within his own mind and consciousness right before the now 6 warriors he had fused with and taken into his body. Leaving Yamoshi with his fists still spread out, all the while just being stopped in place by Vegito's lone finger, as the Godkiller says, looking into his eyes,
Now, what was that you were saying about destroying me from the inside? You may want to rethink that one, Yamoshi.
before quickly Vegito would remove his finger and switch his hand to a flat palm facing the third of the 5 strongest before instantly then creating a shockwave from his palm alone, blowing Yamoshi back quickly.
What the?
Surprising even the third, as he can barely even control himself from such a simple move by Vegito. But the newly powered up fused Saiyan would just laugh in return, marveling at himself saying,
Well, even I didn't think he'd be pushed back that far. Thank you, Yamoshi, for all you have given me.
But eventually Yamoshi would then regain himself back in the air, coming to a complete stop with an enraged look on his face. What is going on here? But the rage soon turns to confusion as he begins to contemplate. Vegito is just in base now, but he's handling my attacks at full power. This makes no sense. This cannot even be real. How could he be both outside and within his own body?
You fools really thought I couldn't see what was happening within my body? Who do you think I am?
But suddenly from behind the bewildered third, the voice of the Godkiller is heard.
What?
Shockingly, then revealing that indeed, the Godkiller is inexplicably now right behind Yamoshi, with his arms folded, despite how far the third flew back.
How did you?
This speed can't be real! This has to be an illusion after all! Leading to Yamoshi quickly turning his head in disbelief, dismissing the whole thing as something unreal. But the giggles and chuckles continue to come from the now supremely confident Vegito, who continues ominously,
Illusion? Is that what we're relying on now to comfort ourselves? Maybe you're right, Yamoshi. Maybe this isn't my true strength. After all, this is within my body and mine. My domain. A place where anything I want can be made possible. Like this, for example. What? What have you done?
As suddenly out of nowhere, in a shock turn of events, Yamoshi appears in shell shock, now missing all 4 of his limbs, as blood pours voraciously and without control from all of his veins, as Vegito remains still emotionless behind, with his arms folded and just looking back at the scene as if completely planned.
God killer!
And with his life force on the verge now of almost disappearing, the maimed Yamoshi would then quickly begin falling to the floor in a trail of blood. Crashing on the ground with a thud as Vegito watches on, unmoving in the distance.
Yamoshi, what's wrong? Get yourself together, will you? Here, let me give you a hand. Or a foot. I guess you could use both.
As a cocky Vegito would then descend quickly with speed towards the fallen and vulnerable third. But callously when Vegito lands, despite the seriousness and severity of Yamoshi's injuries, he stamps right back on the chest of the legendary Saiyan, just like he did last chapter. Laughing as he looks down and says,
Well. This feels like deja vu, doesn't it, Yamoshi? Don't worry, this won't go the same way as last time. But as for what's happening here, the power and speed I'm showing you is the real deal. But even if it wasn't, as you can see, in here, I am the god. I control everything, and if I want to be strong beyond comparison, then I can be. So if you think for a second you're going to overpower or disrupt me within my own domain, then you're in for a world of pain, old man.
Before instantly, like a demon, Vegito with a devilish look would then stare at the rest of the inhabitants of his inner self and coldly spout,
And the same goes for you five too! Damn mortal!
Leading to all five reacting in a mix of shock and concession, as they know to not even try to disagree. But soon, on realizing the predicament and how his own fusion is now threatening him, Vegito begins thinking,
I'm in a clown world right now. First, Kakarot somehow goes outside after 10 years of being in here, and now Vegito has arrived inside like nothing too. Just what the hell is going on?
ha! While Goku, though in complete contrast, would actually begin sporting a smile, commenting now in typical fashion, Wow, Vegito, he's totally different now. I can sense it. He's way stronger. I just wonder, how much stronger?
Kakarot!
But knowing what might come next from the simple-minded Goku, Vegeta angrily would then begin scolding,
You fool! Settle down! You better not be thinking about doing anything! We haven't got time to be playing these games!
Sorry, Vegeta! Before suddenly, despite the warnings of the prince, Goku's Saiyan battle lust would take over, and he once again would transform into his Ultra form, combining both Ultra Instinct with Ultra Ego. Two techniques unlocked after over 10 years of training, and perhaps the very abilities of Vegito seeping into himself subconsciously. Before Ultra Goku would then turn to Vegeta and say, Hey, I know Vegito is supposed to be dangerous now, but remember, we can't die in here. And I don't think just talking is the way forward with a guy like this. You know how hard-headed we are, so we might as well have some fun. To which Vegeta, almost accepting Goku's logic for once, would just then grumble out annoyed.
Not like I could ever make a buffoon like you listen anyway. Do as you wish. Just don't blame me if you make things worse.
As if having received the permission of his owner, Goku in his Ultra form, with more speed and power displayed than ever before, would then rush straight for Vegeta with enthusiasm.
What's this now?
Leaving the God Killer now befuddled as he actually sees his own half-self come towards him ready to fight, as he thinks,
You're joking, right? Kakarot? Are you trying to challenge me too? Surely not.
Get ready, Vegito! I know this is our first meeting, but you better show me what you've got! But it soon becomes pretty apparent to everyone that this is far from a joke, as Goku reaches within meters of the fused Saiyan.
Interesting.
And with this realization, a smirk would soon appear on Vegito's face as he thinks,
So this is where I get my tenacity from. Kakarot himself.
And as Ultra Goku punches with his full strength, Vegito would just stop it in its tracks with a single grab, smirking as he comments,
Not bad. This form suits you, Kakarot. There's weight to your punch. But unfortunately, you're pretty easy to read. I wonder why.
To which the smiling Goku would say, I guess you would know what I'd go for, huh? I guess to fight you, I need to think a little outside the box. Immediately switching his calm and warm demeanor on the fly back to violence, as Goku would then swing a left roundhouse kick with force.
Damn it, I missed!
Where is he? Leaving our hero surprised for a moment at the instantaneous movement and speed of the God Killer, wondering where he would be now before... Suddenly, the sounding of something reappearing sounds off right on top of Goku.
Vegito!
Until in a show of total disrespect, Vegito would then reappear, but stand atop the head of Goku with both feet and his arms folded, giggling.
What are you doing down there, clown? I thought you were going to do something outside of the box. Unfortunately, I wouldn't just class kicking me with your weaker leg as anything of the sort.
I'll show you! As Goku, now not even moving his body at all, with a grimace, would suddenly begin vanishing out of the blue. Confusing Vegito suddenly as he thinks,
Wait a minute. His energy signature is disappearing. Does that mean he's using instant? Kamehame! What?
Suddenly appearing right next to Vegito with his arms already positioned in iconic fashion, yelling the phrase we all know. As the shocked Vegito would react,
Instantaneous Kamehameha? How? I didn't see him do a hand sign at all! Damn it!
With a mighty roar that we could only expect by the god of Kamehamehas, Goku blasts Vegito point blank. And as Vegito's body is lost in the light, it seems Goku actually managed to land on the famed God Killer. Ha! How was that for predictable, Vegito? As a now pleased with himself Goku, still mid-energy beam, watching on as his blast travels straight into the never-ending sky, would then suddenly hear...
Still nothing I couldn't foresee, clown!
shocking Goku as an all too familiar voice calls from right beside him. No way! And unbelievably behind Goku with extreme speed, just like he displayed against Yamoshi, Vegito appears behind the Saiyan, but this time upside down and with an even bigger grin than ever before. As he looks into Goku's perplexed eyes and says,
"What's wrong, Kakarot? All this talk about catching me out, but why is it always you with the surprised look? You didn't really think you did something there, did you? You know, I remember when you did the same thing to Cell, don't you?"
Before quickly and brutally, even with his arms folded restricting his rotation, Vegito would slam a kick onto the back of the stunned into shock Goku, causing our hero to scream out in pain. And with a loud crash onto the spotless white floor of Vegito's mind, Goku would crash land like a rock.
Damn, that was a hard one.
And in the aftermath, Goku at least, though looking beaten and worse for wear, would be on one knee and fist, holding himself up. As with one eye open, he would concede,
"He's too fast, too strong, and knows my every move. Not to mention, he's still just in base. Damn, those gods really are in for a treat." "Kakarot, you fool! I told you!"
And seeing his ally / rival damaged, Vegito would angrily then shoot off towards Goku. All in front of the eyes of Vegito, who would comment patronizingly,
"Oh, well, would you look at that? I didn't realize you two loved each other so much." Cute. Dream on!
But the angered Vegeta would just hold his ground once in front of Goku and explain,
"Me? Love this clown? Get real. I'm only here because I'm tired already of this buffoon trying to battle someone so out of his league. He may be brain dead, but I am not. We are not looking to fight you. What we need to do is talk, and specifically about the way you are doing things. All three of us have the same goal, but we need to be discussing things as a trio before you do things, Vegito."
As comedically, a confused Goku would just whisper, "Hey, wait a minute, brain dead? Buffoon?" But the cockily looking down Vegito hearing this would only respond,
"The prince would like to discuss with me, huh? How lucky I am to be given such an opportunity. But I do wonder just one thing. Why would I need any input from the likes of you two weaklings? I seem to be doing just fine. Only one god of destruction remains left, you know." "Weaklings? If it wasn't for us, you wouldn't even exist."
Which of course is quickly quipped back by Vegeta, who then adds,
"But regardless of your lack of gratitude, like I said, we're supposed to have the same goal here if you hadn't noticed. Now don't get me wrong. I haven't said much until now, because at least you're getting the job done and getting my revenge. Our revenge. But clearly, some of the decisions you've made have crossed the line. Not least with Jiren. This is our battle. There was no reason to involve the Grey Man. What you did to him was just as bad as what the gods did to us. And I can't agree with that. And neither can I with the constant interfering with timelines. My own son taught us long ago that tampering with time would have grave consequences. But here you are, spitting in his face, and the results have already been made clear. I don't know what you're thinking, but it's high time you let Kakarot and I take back over the reins, at least from now until this mission is complete.
And as Vegito finishes, Goku begins standing up and adds on himself,
Yeah, Vegito.
I'll be honest, I had no idea what you were doing. I was just busy training and getting stronger. Getting you stronger. But our goal is just to bring our family back and make those who did it pay and never be able to do something like that again. That's all. Gohan, Chi-Chi, Goten. That's who we're doing this for. In response to which, Vegeta would then slowly descend down with a laugh, letting out,
Interesting monologues, kids.
before a dastardly smile would then appear across Vegito's face as he lets out additionally,
But I ask you again, what reason do I possibly have to listen to anything you two have to say? Just like Yamoshi, you two are in my domain, not the other way around. You? No! Vegito!
this isn't the way. Leaving both Goku and Vegeta with a mixture of anger and annoyance, but both knowing there is little they could even do about it. But Vegito's brash statements would not end there though, as when the smirk grows even larger, he would then say while pointing two fingers towards himself,
But if you're that eager to meddle in my affairs, there's still a way. I can offer you a chance. I can make a deal with you here and now. Both of you, challenge me right now, and if either of you can land one attack, just one hit on me while in my base form, then I'll respect your strength and take on your thoughts from now on. How does that sound? You two of all people should know I'm a Saiyan of my word.
almost instantly in reaction, Goku with an enthused smile would begin powering up once more, commenting, Now that sounds like fun! Come on Vegeta, we can do this! But Vegeta hearing this has a different reaction, angered instead as he grunts out,
Land just one attack on you? Don't get cocky, Vegito. This isn't a game. This is serious.
But eager to get back into the battle, Goku would then launch without Vegeta straight for the God Killer once again. And as Goku would reach closer and closer to his target, Vegito would just remain ominously still. Until after a zoom in on his face, we're shown he's ready as ever, saying,
Well, at least one of you isn't a coward.
But as expected, even with his arms folded and in base, Goku's first punch would be dodged with perfect timing by Vegito. Leaving the God Killer to goad the Saiyan more, letting out,
Not this again, Kakarot. Can you not think of anything interesting to do this time?
and to this end, Goku even flips his body around and tries an upside down kick, similar to the one Vegito landed on him earlier. But unfortunately, this too is evaded without much problem.
Oh, well, that was a little unexpected. Keep going, Kakarot. The other one can just watch like the little spectator he is.
And from the distance, Vegito would indeed watch on, but not happy about it, as with a triggered look, he would think,
This is a waste of time! Kakarot can't do a thing against him! This ploy to get us to land an attack is just fun and games to him! Ugh. He's like a stronger and more annoying Kakarot, only interested in battle! My turn!
But soon, Vegito would make at least a slight move back, as he lands a punch of his own, flush on Goku's face unexpectedly. And with a smile, would let out,
What? Didn't you think I would attack back eventually?
To which Goku, holding his face in pain, would respond,
Ow!
Yeah, kinda. You didn't say anything about fighting back. To which Vegito would respond back,
Ooh, I guess you're right. Fine. Since you were brave enough to actually give this a go, unlike that pathetic excuse for a prince, I'll hold things back. To think, I used to believe most of my Saiyan pride and battle experience came from Vegeta. How wrong I was. It really must be true then. Goku is the true #1 Saiyan around here. What did you say?
instantly triggering Vegito with the G word, as a furious anger and jealousy begins to bubble up within Vegeta until... And suddenly, out of nowhere, Vegeta 2, for the first time, transforms into his own Ultra form, combining both MUI and Ultra Ego, as his appearance changes in an instant and practically confirms the abilities of Vegito himself had now begun being subconsciously learned by both Goku and Vegeta too, as the angered and oblivious prince would yell,
"You damn brat! Underestimating me will be your downfall! If Kakarot cannot touch you, you better believe I will!"
Instantly then leading to Vegeta, now full of his ego, to speed forward into battle finally.
"Come here, you half-clown!"
Rushing straight in at Vegito, who just watches on, moderately surprised. Before a proud smirk appears as he lets out,
"Finally, the Saiyan Prince has awoken."
While Goku, who is surprised to even actually see Vegeta in this form, just mutters, "Vegeta!
Come here!"
As Vegeta, then in a rush of his newfound powers, launches a barrage of punches at Vegito as he steps back. But the smiling God-Killer just effortlessly parries them all.
Kakarot!
And it's not long too before Goku enters the battle, much to the surprise of Vegeta. But just as he does so, Vegito is quick to vanish from in between them, leaving both Saiyans puzzled with his speed.
Don't you just hate us annoying Saiyans, eh, Black?
Before, for no reason other than to have some fun, appearing briefly next to Goku Black, so fast the original God-Killer has no time to turn and realize who the voice is even coming from.
What? Vegito! How dare you touch me like that, mortal!
But despite the confusion, Vegito would return quickly to slam a kick straight onto the face of Goku. Slamming him expertly onto the body of Vegeta, who just stops the impact more out of confusion than necessity. As Goku, now on his bottom and feeling the pain, would comment, "Damn it! Even 2-on-1, nothing changes. He can tell where each of our attacks will come from, but he's way too fast for us to do the same to him." To which Vegeta would just look back and say,
"I told you this already! But as long as his power is restricted in base, there will be some way."
"Huh? Vegeta, what are you..." And with that said, Vegeta would begin walking past the puzzled Goku, before ominously saying,
"Follow my lead. Do not get in the way of my next attack, alright, Kakarot?"
"Ha!" To which a now smiling Goku, as if understanding his fellow Saiyan, would just reply, "Oh, so you want to steal the win, huh, Vegeta? Fine, but if you miss, then I'm in charge next." And with discussions of a makeshift plan finished, like a final boss, Vegito would begin rising into the air slowly as Goku and Vegeta watch on.
Well, seems you two are finally going to try a little harder now. This should be fun.
I leave it up to you, Vegeta! With Goku starting off the assault.
Don't mess this up, Kakarot!
As Vegeta, from behind, would then quickly extend a Vegito-esque energy sword from his right arm. But regardless, it would be Goku who gets Vegito's attention, as a smiling Godkiller would let out,
"So nothing's really changed here, has it? Same old foolhardy Kakarot."
"Ha! Yeah, if you say so!" As suddenly, Goku placing 2 fingers on his forehead would vanish via instant transmission.
Not another Kamehameha! I saw that already!
Leaving Vegito understandably confused about whether he truly is seeing a repeat until... Suddenly, out of nowhere, a blade of energy seemingly pierces right through the throat of Vegito, and right through the fading image of Goku as he transitioned away, with the penetrated Godkiller seemingly only able to mutter,
You nearly got me."
As eventually it is revealed the blade didn't go through Vegito's throat, but instead just narrowly missed, nipping his clothing instead.
Damn it!
And the attacking Vegeta, with his blade still extended, realizing this, would yell out in disappointment,
Kakarot, your angle was off! I nearly had him! It's all up to you now! Nearly, huh?
Though, with a demonic look, Vegeta would just say,
"You should really stop flattering yourself. That was a nice move, but there's a difference between noticing a fatal attack and one that would have just scratched my shoulder at worst."
before turning his body quickly in the next panel and yelling,
"And as for Kakarot, he's as deluded as you! There you are!"
As inexplicably, Vegeta would then turn his body a full 180 and point his finger to seemingly thin air. Huh? How did he? Only for Goku to suddenly reappear exactly where Vegeta was pointing with a totally bewildered look. as Vegito soon ducks down a sinister smirk, letting out,
You two just don't get it, do you? I know your next thoughts before even you do!
before viciously then kicking Son Goku straight through the stomach for his troubles. So hard, blood instantly spurts out from the internal rupture. But surprisingly, Goku would remain in front of Vegito, not moving back as he grabs his wounded stomach and just mutters out,
Is that all you've got?
Leading to a partially impressed Vegito replying,
What a tough guy you are. No, I'm sure I can give you a whole lot more, Goku.
But from down below, Vegeta would watch on as Goku is about to be beaten even more.
Kakarot! Are you useful for anything, clown?
Angering Vegeta with the futility of the whole situation.
Turn and face a real Saiyan!
Blasting off with rage to Vegito to protect Goku, covering it all up with a facade of wanting to prove himself. But just as Vegeta appears, Vegito is already in the process of moving again, turning around with a smile and patronizingly saying,
Oh, Vegeta! So good of you to finally join us again. I suppose you want some of this too? Yeah! Well, here you go!
And with a brutal swipe, Vegito instantly would backhand both Goku and Vegeta disrespectfully at the same time. And with that one swipe, neither one can control themselves as they float away peacefully, but that peace would not last long in the presence of the God Killer. Immediately, punching and kicking both of the Saiyans from Earth down to the ground for synchronized crash landing. And in the end, both Goku and Vegeta finally are just hit down back into base, bruised and damaged from even just the simplest of attacks from Vegito, as Vegeta would moan out,
Kakarot! What even is the point of this? I knew this would be a giant waste of time! We're like playthings to him now. All those gods he absorbed, the members of the Five. It's taken him to a level way beyond where we got him.
And for a moment, both would just sit on their laurels, staring at Vegito in silence, as they both try to figure out what to do now, before Vegito would grumble again,
Kakarot, going to say anything or what?
But Goku, hearing this, would then surprisingly have his own ideas, replying, I know, Vegeta, but that power he absorbed, it couldn't have just gone to him. There has to be more to it. Only the guys he's fused with are here. But where's everybody else? The gods, the angels. We've even got some of his abilities. I've never even used that form we were both just in, yet it felt like I could use it perfectly. I'm telling you, that energy isn't just in Vegito. It's got to be in us too.
What are you kids chattering about now?
As Vegito would then cockily, with both his fists now resting on his hips, descend down to the ground with a thud, before then brashly closing his eyes and walking towards the duo without any sort of fear, yelling out with a wide mouth,
Right! I think it's time you two give it up already. That was a bit of fun, but clearly you two are in no state to be giving me any advice. Only the strong rule when it comes to Saiyans, and neither of you fit the part. But I will give you one final chance. My eyes are closed right now, and I'm coming straight for you. Base or not, just land one attack, anything, and your wish is my command. Vegito!
But Goku, who previously had been excited by each of Vegito's challenges, this time would sport gritted teeth, as he slowly begins getting up and says, "If I don't do anything here, Vegito is just going to do more things we don't want. Jiren was just the beginning. I have to do something." And just like that, suddenly Son Goku would get to his feet, but his black hair now flaring up, as he begins attempting to channel a strange energy into himself, saying with a smirk, "I need to find that energy you absorbed, Vegito. That we absorbed. Beerus, Whis, destroyers and angels alike. Lend me your energy!" As behind our heroes, suddenly the apparitions of the gods and angels slaughtered by Vegito then appear for the first time since their disappearance. Will Goku really be able to access the power meant only for Vegito? And just what difference will it make when that power is handled by Son Goku himself? And if you made it to the end and want more, leave me a hashtag manga letter and watch it for free right now on mangaletter.com. Just use the links in the pinned comment and description, enter your name and email, and you will receive a special link to never before seen manga seconds later. Make sure to check your spam or junk folder if you can't see it, and use an active email, as emails which are not your main will automatically be removed.